I am vengeance. I am the night. I am Catman. Hey, hey, Wolfpack, your friendly kitty Catastrophe is back on the prowl, and we're doing another surprise tier list stream. This time we're doing the Batman Arkham Saga. Yes, we dare go into the darkest video game series ever, and one of the greatest superhero franchises of all time, Batman. We're talking about the Arkham universe, every major title from the Arkhamverse, except for the mobile games. Yeah, sorry, we're only talking about the games that matter, and a few other surprises I snuck in for this tier list. Hey Akira, how you doing? I'm doing fine, trying to stay cool. It's really, really hot out, but I decided to entertain you guys with another fun tier list. Hopefully a short one, but knowing these tier lists, we might break 6 hours finally. So, Batman Arkham Saga. Yep, we're finally doing it. We're gonna be talking about the Batman Arkham video games, a franchise I really love. I do own all the games, Arkham Knight Digital, and unfortunately Blackgate I did play too. And I want to be ranking them all up here on this here tier list, from top best to bottom worst. Also, are you happy that I found the Batgirl tier list and the pictures? It ended up being unusable because there were a lot of comic book Batgirls on there I did not recognize. So yeah, I need to find one that has all her media portrayals. And unfortunately, all of them have a lot of her different comic designs or from a certain run of the comic, so it was kind of unusable. But anyway, we're here to talk about the Batman Arkhamverse. I love the Batman Arkham games. I have played them all. I played all the DLC here. Unfortunately, I have not played Arkham Shadow, but I did watch Batman Arkham videos. Highly recommend that channel, especially if you're a newbie Arkham fan. He really helps, does a great job in the games and shows you where all the collectibles are. But yeah, kind of cheated on that one, and I did cheat on the Suicide Squad because, let's face it, nobody in their right mind is gonna pay like $80 for this game. But yeah, gonna be talking about the Arkhamverse, and I'll go over the rules of the tier list if this is your first tier stream ever. I will be ranking each and every Arkham title, all the main games, the movie, the VR game, and the DLC separately on this here tier list, from top best to bottom worst. And because I love this saga so much, I decided to give them fun slots to call their own. Alright, so let's go over it. I'll be ranking them from top best to bottom worst. Up top we have Something to Believe in. These ones, the S tier, the perfect 10 out of 10s, the ultimate masterpieces of not just the Arkham franchise, of not just Batman, but gaming in general. These are the funnest games I've ever played, the coolest Arkham stories, and top tier Batman content. The best of the best. Underneath we have Arkham Awesome. These ones, awesome. Good, not great. I might have a complaint or two here or there, some nitpicks, some missteps, some stuff that wasn't all that well thought out, but ultimately a fun product. It was good overall, it was enjoyable, it definitely entertains, it is by no means awful, just have a few issues, but it is still an awesome entry, and that is A tier for Arkham Awesome. Then in the center we have Basic Bat. These ones, okay, mid, mediocre, so okay, they're average. These ones had some good going for them, but also an equal amount of bad, ending up kind of meh, very simple, a basic Arkham title. And these ones are basically just okay. I think we might see more on here as we go throughout the franchise, especially with the DLCs, but overall, not that great, but also not god-awful. Speaking of which, underneath we have Fake Joker. These ones, duds. Pretenders, not all that great, really weak titles, had a speck of hope there, could have been something outstanding, but ultimately fell very short, just plain bad, plain and simple. It wasn't all that great, had maybe a good moment or a good idea here, but ultimately ended up a fake Joker. Then underneath at rock bottom we have Cold Cold Fart. Yes, I did come up with that on my own because I am so mature. Basically F tiers, 0 out of 10s, the god-awful entries, the worst Batman Arkham Tales ever. Rock bottom, god-awful. And I think you all know exactly what's gonna end up down here, but for the sake of this tier list, we'll pretend to act surprised. But yeah, you get the idea, garbage. So, also, I added Daphne Blake Batgirl. Yeah, I saw the tier list. I'm not using it to see a Batgirl tier list with the new tier list, or can you make one? And today, Batman Aztec movie came out. Yeah, that's kind of why I'm doing this tier list to celebrate. Got another new Batman product on the line. Allegedly, we're getting another new Arkham title. They've kept it very vague if it's going to be like a remake of Arkham Asylum or Arkham City, or a whole new entry like Arkham Shadows. Personally, I'm kind of open to it because the Arkham games have been so good. Minus a few missteps here and there, but we'll go over those on this here tier list. So, I'll go over the basics. What is the Batman Arkham Saga? This is a fantastic superhero franchise. It is a total love letter and a tribute to everything great about Batman. If you're an old school Batman fan, if you're a current Batman fan, or if you're a newbie just getting into the Dark Knight and his lore, this basically showers you in a ton of love, references, Easter eggs about everything great about Batman and his villains. Was initially a sort of tribute to Batman the Animated Series at first. Arkham Asylum started out as like a love letter to Batman the Animated Series. What is it like being Batman and stopping his villains, basically, but given a darker and edgier makeover to become a much more grimmer, dead serious Batman tale. It does appreciate things about the comics. It does appreciate a lot about Tim Burton Batman. It kind of looks like a comic book world. Batman the Animated Series is practically canon in these games. Over the course, it's kind of grown into its own universe. Arkham Origins came along and became like a prequel, establishing that this is a very unique Dark Knight. It references the comics, the animated series, the movies, the Nolanverse, and heck, even the Adam West show gets referenced here, because Batman fights a shark just like in the Adam West movie. Alright, a Batman game and sort of film tier list. Nice. Hey, Shadowlink, glad you made it. Like Death Battle casted Disney Princess tier list, could see a Wolf Entertainment Disney Princess tier list. Might do that. Yeah, you know, I'd put Pocahontas in S tier. Love Pocahontas. I actually do defend that movie. Yeah, I know it's not one of their best, and I won't deny that, but Pocahontas is one of my favorite princesses. Like, I hope James Gunn do a Batman Arkham movie and cartoon series. Probably not gonna happen because Matt Reeves is currently in control of Batman. We're getting Robert Pattinson's Batman 2, but no word on that, and James Gunn has kept it vague if he's even gonna have Batman in his DC universe, which feels like a huge mistake because of how big Batman is. Okay, so the Arkham games, they are all great. These are dark, edgy, mature video games. They aren't just great Batman tales, they revolutionize superhero video games. Insomniac's Spider-Man clearly tried to be like it. I know Shadow of Mordor tried to copy the combats, and currently the new Lego Batman game is taking a ton of inspiration from this video game series. A lot with the films, but also the Arkhamverse is getting referenced. The Arkham games, they are great. They're fun for everyone. I would highly suggest that little kids not play them because Batman's villains are full-blown psycho killers in these games. And what I love is that they embrace the horror element. This is practically a playable horror movie. Batman's always been horror adjacent, but here, Batman's supervillains are creepy. They're like slasher killers. They're major terrorist threats. They're larger-than-life characters. And this is a solid reminder of why Batman's villains are the funnest antagonists of DC. Batman basically fights his antagonists in this more realistic Gotham City, and it pays tribute to everything Batman, from Adam West to Christopher Nolan's take on Batman, has a lot of references to the animated series and the comics, and if you're a newbie Batman fan, this will introduce you to a lot of his lore and mythos, and that's a part of what made it so fun. Like, everything that's ever happened to Batman is canon, including the Justice League, but we'll talk about that soon enough. It started with Arkham Asylum. Currently, the last one out is Arkham Shadow, which is a very, very underrated story, though not sure if you might like it as a game because it is a VR game, but did a lot of great for Batman, did a lot of great for the video game industry, and really raised the bar of superhero storytelling. These are great. They are up there next to Batman the Animated Series and Christopher Nolan's masterpieces. That is how great and loved the Arkhamverse is. Like, unless my pastor wife, who have the most cringiest podcasts that little kids can't watch and that have creepy stuff, whatever. Alright, so let's finally start this tier list. Let's start with where it all began, and no, we're not going in chronological order. We are going with Arkham Asylum, the first ever Batman Arkham game, and of course it's going on to something to believe in. I don't care what anyone says, this game is awesome. I love it. I know the gameplay is now outdated and Batman does not move as fast or swiftly as he does in Arkham City Onward, but I still love it. This game is magnificent, impressive, a total horror movie atmosphere, really great visual designs, a fun world building of what Batman's Arkham Asylum is like, and it treats Batman's villains like complete horror monsters. Batman's villains, even when they're locked up in prison, are so creepy. Basically, Batman arrests the Joker in his latest scheme gone wrong. However, the Joker hatched a brilliant scheme because he wanted to be arrested and taken back to Arkham Asylum because he's concocting a scheme to make an army of super soldiers. The Joker wants to make an army of Banes. Joker was secretly manipulating this doctor, Dr. Penelope Young, into helping him with a top secret project, only to find out that she was being used to build a supervillain army. They're building an army of Banes, created by a chemical known as Titan. Titan is an advanced version of Venom, and Joker is going to implant it onto his goons, and basically it makes you a super strong Hulk monster full time. No addiction to Venom, no need to use the pumps that Bane uses. No, if you're shot with this Titan, you are a full-blown monster Hulk man, going on a rampage and serving the Joker. And the Joker is trying to build up this army, while Batman is trapped on Arkham Island trying to stop him, encountering several of his classic villains along the way. And first, Batman Arkham game is cool. Yeah, I love this game. It will be absolutely outclassed by a lot of the later tales coming up, but it is going on to S tier for sure. Guys, this is not just a great Batman story, it is one of the greatest video games ever made. It actually earned a spot on the Guinness Book of World Records because it sold that many copies and impressed so many people. Kevin Conroy, Mark Hamill, and Arlene Sorkin are back as their classic roles, Batman, Joker, and Harley Quinn. It's sort of taking place in the animated series universe, and we get to see what Arkham Asylum looks like, what it's like on the inside, seeing all the prison cells, seeing references to your favorite villains, or seeing your favorite villains try to kill the Batman. If you're curious, we see the Joker is the main villain of the game. You fight Harley Quinn, technically. Poison Ivy is a cool final boss. Killer Croc is really scary in this. Bane shows up as kind of a one-and-done boss fight. And Scarecrow. Scarecrow is my absolute favorite Batman villain next to Catwoman. Scarecrow has these cool, trippy nightmare sequences. They are really fun and horrifying. Oh, and Victor Zsasz is also kind of an elite minion in this game, but it was cool seeing Victor Zsasz actually brought onto the big screen for once. Sorry, just catch up on comments. Alright, a Batman game and sort of film tier list, yep. Like, you have 2 gold, 2 silver, 2 bronze, and 1 decayed cross for ruined Owl House and Lilo and Stitch. Don't know what you're talking about, Akira. And first Batman Arkham game is cool. Yeah, I think it still holds up very well. This one did get a remaster, and I do kind of agree the graphics could use a little more polish. Arkham City and Origins still look fine, but Arkham Asylum, I do have the remaster, the Return to Arkham, and it's basically new ports of the classic games. They play the exact same, and the characters just move a bit better, but yeah, still a great classic. Batman exploring Arkham Asylum is so fun, finding all those interview tapes, scanning a bunch of riddle clues to see, like, all the bios of Batman's iconic villains. Oddly, I think it was, like, missing Batman's sidekicks weren't listed in the biographies. We never see Nightwing or Robin or Cassandra Cain. Oracle does show up. Kimberly Brooks is Barbara Gordon in this. Oh yeah, Wally Wingert is the Riddler, and get used to this, collecting riddle trophies in each and every one of these games. Yeah, I love Wally Wingert as the Riddler. However, he doesn't really physically appear in this game. The Riddler does exist in this universe, but we never see him. He's kind of a voice. We hear him on his interview tapes acting creepy. We hear him taunting Batman to find his clues. If you 100% collect all the Riddler trophies and all the clues, then Batman has like the police track his location down and they arrest him off screen. It's kind of hilarious because of how Riddler thinks he's above everyone. So if you're wondering why this game doesn't have the larger than life stakes that the future titles have, one, it is the first game. They were kind of testing the waters. They were doing with what they could, and apparently they did have an under budget skeleton crew. This game turned out much better than they expected. They did not have a ton of money and a ton of people working on this. In fact, they had like a crowdfunder campaign to make Arkham Asylum, and honestly it was money well spent because it really works. Really like all the characters, all the performances are good. Arkham Asylum is really haunting. It's like a haunted house kind of atmosphere. Kind of why I consider the Arkhamverse horror adjacent. Arkham Asylum was great, while the Titan battles haven't aged the best. No, they have not. Just throw a battering at them and they hit the walls. The atmosphere, villain portrayals, and other boss battles are really fun. Yeah, they are. Mark Hamill absolutely shines as the Joker. Arkham Asylum is the last ever time Arlene Sorkin played Harley Quinn, but man, did she end on a high note, because Arlene Sorkin is really funny in this one. I like her as Harley Quinn the most, before Tara Strong took over, but if there was any final title for Arlene to play Harley Quinn, I am so glad it was the first Arkham game. Yes, we meet sexy nurse Harley Quinn in this, though Poison Ivy definitely awoken something in a lot of us. Yeah, I think Arkhamverse Poison Ivy is the hottest incarnation of her. If you're watching this, Bodhi, yeah, I agree. Tasia Valenza's Ivy, pretty perfect. Really like her. The sexy, mysterious green goddess has this kind of succubus type of atmosphere to her, and love her boss fight, love her vaguely sexual moans. You have to hit the flower. That's pretty funny, and really surprised they got away with that. They somehow got a T rating on this game. I'd argue it should have been M, but yeah. Paul Dini also wrote on this game. Really masterful. Paul Dini has not lost his skill at writing good DC stories, even after the DCAU ended. Yeah, Paul Dini wrote Arkham Asylum and Arkham City. Sadly, he did not come back for the future titles, but I think some of them were still pretty good. Yeah, there were a lot of fun boss battles. My least favorite might have to be Bane, because Bane is just another version of the Titan boss fights, and Bane's kind of a one-and-done character. They didn't even give Fred Tatasciore interview tapes with Bane. They give them to every other villain: Croc, Scarecrow, Quinn, Joker. Even Victor Zsasz has, like, interview tapes in this one. And he's just like a elite goon. Also, now Paramount wants to own and buy Warner Brothers. Yeah, I saw that. I don't think it's gonna happen, because Warner Brothers might be making more money with their future Arkham releases in James Gunn's universe. Well, I see it so bad, but on the other hand, we could see Batman vs. TMNT too. Yeah, I hope that does happen. Yeah, Scarecrow sections were the best. Love the Scarecrow nightmare sequences. One, they're actually scary. Scarecrow is at his most intimidating in this one. No disrespect to John Noble in Arkham Knight, but I do love Dino Andrada's kind of Green Goblin-esque Scarecrow. Scarecrow basically infects certain sections with fear gas. Batman has to get through to them, and he comes into combat with Scarecrow. Scarecrow tries to be Batman's archenemy, but it's clear that his fear gas is not getting to Batman. Batman's willpower makes him resist the nightmares, and Scarecrow turns into like the Eye of Sauron. If he spots you, you die on the spot. You have to hide from his vision, go through like a bunch of deformed areas of the Arkham building, jumping a lot of places, platforming like it's Alice Madness Returns, fight those creepy skeleton goons, which I thought looked pretty creepy, honestly. Unfortunately, Scarecrow gets defeated by a light and then eaten by Killer Croc. Don't worry, he did survive. I remember a lot of us were scared because Scarecrow was so cool, and we thought Killer Croc ate him. No, it turns out Batman was able to save him. He shot Killer Croc's collar as he dove back into the water, and somehow Scarecrow managed to swim out of there. Yeah, there are like 3 post-credit scenes. One where we see some villain's hand comes up and grabs a Titan case. We see either Bane, Killer Croc, or Scarecrow. The one I think is canon is the Scarecrow, because he ends up being the villain in the quote-unquote final game Arkham Knight, but Bane also is a part of the Titan side quest in Arkham City. Oh, speaking of which, there are no side quests in this outside of the Riddler trophies, and technically the Spirit of Arkham pages. I actually did like the Spirit of Arkham mystery, really creepy, and we find out it's the new character Quincy Sharp, the corrupt warden of Arkham Asylum. Quincy Sharp is actually insane, and he believes he's possessed by Amadeus Arkham's ghost, and this was supposed to lead to him being a villain in a future game. Tragically, it went nowhere, and it was retconned in Arkham City that, oh, he was actually brainwashed by Hugo Strange. Also, we need Batman Ninja idea chat to talk about which DC characters that need to be in it, or not be in Batman Ninja's anime. I wish LEGO could have a Batman Arkham sets. They might in the new LEGO Batman game. Yeah, there's a new one, and they show they are having homages to the Arkhamverse. Hey, Cat. Hey, Light Jones. Favorite boss fight in Asylum goes to Ivy for sure, yeah. Love how interesting and challenging it was dealing with the brainwashed people and vines. Yeah, and Tasia Valenza's voice acting left very little to the imagination. Like Poison Ivy is hot, but I prefer respect her plants. Yeah, she heard through the grapevine. Poison Ivy, really cool in this game. She's creepy, but she's also hot and tempting. Tasia Valenza might be my favorite Ivy voice, next to Diane Perishing from the animated series. Kind of surprised Diane didn't come back, but they probably needed somebody to do those screams and wails. Why was Bane such an afterthought in this game? Yeah, Bane's not even important. He's just kind of a plot device. His blood is the plot point. They take out his blood because it has venom, and they turn that into Titan. Bane did take TN1 retconned in Arkham Origins, and that's what gave him the great hulking strength. And apparently they took elements and DNA straight out of Bane's bloodstream, and he became a one-and-done boss fight really early in the game, too. It's like in the first act when you save Commissioner Gordon. Worst goes to Titan Joker, mainly because it's an idea wasted for starters and the fight is too simple, and you just fight henchmen until the Joker gets distracted and pull him down. Yeah, that's right, we get Titan Joker, who looks pretty sick, really gross. You see like his bones like protrude out of his skin, got like skeleton claws, and somehow he got a mohawk in his transformation. Love the creepy Titan Venom Joker. Unfortunately, Shadow Link's right, it is kind of disappointing. He fights Batman, then gets distracted by Jack Ryder's helicopter, and Joker's being an attention whore, wants to wave to the camera and attract as much screen time as possible, sending in goons to basically fight you, and you grapple Titan Joker down, he falls, gets his hand stuck, and then you just beat him up. Batman does beat him up in the end using explosive gel on his fist, which somehow doesn't blow his arm off, but yeah, it made for a cool shot of him punching out Hulk Joker. And second reason, her kiss can kill, and I hate being like the Haunting Hours diet clickers. Arkham did it better. And sorry, my sister is busy today making homemade chicken sandwich. She might show up later. Also, imagine we get a Lego Arkham Catwoman minifigure. Like your dreams could be true. Bodhi did show me that they made minifigures of her. Unfortunately, they're not, like, sellable to the public unless you go to Legoland. Okay, so Arkham Asylum, the worst element some people might have is the gameplay. Batman moves a lot faster, swifter, much wider combat in the future titles. This one, I don't think is too bad. There's a lot more tension. You have to do a lot more in the stealth missions. Batman cannot take out thugs as easily and has limited gadgets. The remote battering is completely useless in this title especially. They did patch that in later games where you have to use all the gadgets, but I think Arkham Asylum still holds up very well. It's fun, it's creepy, all of Batman's villains are terrifying in this game. The story is really good, which is to be expected from Paul Dini. Kevin Conroy, Mark Hamill, and Sorkin absolutely shine and have a blast. The voice cast they got to play the new or the new voice actors that got to replace iconic voice actors honestly do a good job. Tom Kane, not my favorite Commissioner Gordon, but he does fine. I especially love him as Quincy Sharp. A lot of fun atmosphere, a lot of fun world building, and a pretty solid game overall. It's not going to be number one, but Arkham Asylum definitely is S tier. Like we need Batman Ninja tier list. Might have to do that for the characters. Alright, so, after Arkham Asylum proved to be a huge hit, of course it made a ton of money to make a sequel. That is Arkham City, and man, if you thought the first game was good, this one is perfection. Batman Arkham City going into something to believe in. Arkham City quadrupled down on all the strengths of the first game, and actually made one of the greatest video games of all time. It is up there next to Mortal Kombat 9 in terms of perfect gaming. Love this game, love Batman's universe, and they introduce a lot more side missions, a lot more Riddler trophies, and a lot more of Batman's iconic characters appear in this game, making it feel like an absolute bigger love letter than the last one. Hi, Kat. Sorry for being late. I'm currently making homemade fried chicken sandwich. Yeah, Akira said that. Yeah, don't worry. We're on Arkham City right now. Like if Grey DeLeo played Felicia from Darkstalkers. Yeah, I would love that. Your penis would need a wheelchair. So I might not be able to comment much. It's okay. Alright, so we're on Arkham City. So after Batman saved Arkham Asylum, Quincy Sharp somehow stole all credit for stopping the Joker's scheme and managed to convince the public that Arkham Asylum was no longer suitable to house supervillains, that they needed a much bigger super prison to put all the most dangerous criminals and villains of Gotham into, and we create Arkham City. Arkham City is basically a giant city-sized prison where they dump all the criminals, all the supervillains, and all the worst scum of Gotham into basically this sealed-off ghetto to live there, basically. It's a free-range prison. They keep them all trapped, keep them away from society effectively. The guards are the Tiger unit. Tiger is a professional military group. We will be seeing them again in later titles, but Tiger is basically a spec ops group who keep guard over the prisoners, keep them behind a giant big-ass wall with a lot of turrets, guns, and electrified fences. Hugo Strange becomes the new warden of this facility. However, Arkham City is really all a trap to lure in Batman and all the criminal scum to basically kill them all because it's funded by Ra's al Ghul. Yeah, was there really any surprise? Arkham City is actually a death camp. They're bringing in all these people. They're basically just doing whatever the hell they want in this abandoned ghetto version of Gotham City, and it's the first time we actually get to see outside of Arkham Island, get to world build into a much bigger universe, and we get a fun game to boot. Like, can she use Daphne or Catwoman voice on Felicia? I think she might use Daphne. Hell yeah, Arkham City is my favorite. Basically improved even more from Asylum. So many great moments, more characters, great boss fights, side missions, and well, you get to play as Catwoman. Yeah, the big selling point is Catwoman is in this. Grey DeLeo makes her, I believe, her first voice performance as Selina Kyle. Yeah, she's been in DC before, but Grey DeLeo gets to be Catwoman, and she was the greatest Catwoman we've ever had. She's sexy, she's sly, she's cool, and she's fun to play as. Except in that Two-Face boss fight. Yeah, I believe I speak for all of us when I say, screw that final Two-Face boss. Okay, so Hugo Strange is technically the main villain of this game. However, the Joker's also here. The Joker is dying. I remember that was in all the trailers, all the ads. This is not a spoiler. Joker is dying from using the Titan formula back in Arkham Asylum. He's slowly being killed and poisoned by it in his bloodstream, so the Joker hatches one last scheme to find a cure and get revenge on the Dark Knight. Why, I haven't seen you since the asylum. There were some chemicals, some monsters, explosions, and oh yeah, you left me to die. Yep, Joker's back and he wants revenge on Batman, creating basically two villains in this game. Hugo Strange, the corrupt warden, who has a huge plan for the Dark Knight and is setting up Protocol 10 and the Joker, who wants revenge against Batman and wants to find a cure to stop his Titan poisoning. Yeah, there are technically two villains in this game. A lot more if you do the side quests or go through the campaign. We get to see Penguin, see Mr. Freeze, see Ra's al Ghul, who I was not expecting to be in this game. Catwoman is in this, and she has like a side quest. She's playable. Poison Ivy and Killer Croc are kind of downgraded to cameos. Bane and Victor Zsasz actually get side missions here. We see Azrael, we see Hush, Black Mask has a cameo. The Riddler makes his physical appearance in this game. Wally Wingert knocks it out of the park. Yeah, Riddler is basically Jigsaw in this game. We see Robin. I was surprised to see Robin. It's Tim Drake Robin, if you're curious. Oracle is back helping Batman. Alfred actually does make his debut in this game, too. Commissioner Gordon is trying to get Arkham City shut down. David Kaye plays Gordon this time, and honestly, I think he's fine. David Kaye is a great voice actor, but Gordon doesn't really do much in this game, which is kind of the problem. Oh yeah, we see Vicky Vale, and Grey DeLisle also plays her, making me kind of curious why she didn't voice Vicky Vale in Arkham Knight or Arkham Shadow, but whatever. Sorry, catch up on comments. Yeah, Arkham City is awesome. Don't forget the 400 Riddler trophies. Like even Harley Quinn Season 2, copy that, but only Penguin, Two-Face, Bane, Mr. Freeze, and Riddler. Yeah, Arkham City is technically an adaptation of No Man's Land. All of Batman's villains are fighting over turf. It's basically a giant prison. All the supervillains are trying to take over a piece of Arkham City. There's like a gang war between the Joker, Penguin, and Two-Face. They're like the head honchos of prison. You could join Team Two-Face or die. You could join Team Penguin. Penguin wasn't even supposed to be locked up in Arkham City, but he refused to abandon his Iceberg Lounge Club and kind of took over with his military-grade weapons. Nolan North turned out to be an amazing Penguin. I love him. Yeah, Penguin is kind of a side villain in the campaign. You do have to defeat him to save Mr. Freeze. Maurice LaMarche, Mr. Freeze, really cool in this game. Yeah, pun intended. Oh yeah, how could I forget? Peter McNichol is also an underrated Mad Hatter. He had a really creepy side quest. Unfortunately, they don't do too much with him in Arkham City. He's kind of there because he was supposed to be in Arkham Asylum, but no, they decided to have him in this game instead. Hugo Strange is the Warden. What could ever go wrong? Or whatever could go wrong. Yeah, Hugo Strange is the Warden of Arkham City. I believe Corey Burton plays him. I thought it was Christopher Lee, but no, he's doing a Christopher Lee impression. So Hugo Strange hilariously sounds like Count Dooku in this game. Protocol 10 will commence in 2 hours. There's kind of a countdown as you go through the campaign. A lot more fun side missions, a lot of expansion. It is an open world game, which makes it already better than Arkham Asylum. Arkham Asylum was kind of linear for the most part. You could explore the asylum, but couldn't really travel far. Here, they give you an entire section of Arkham City, and it's basically a portion of Gotham City. You actually see the Monarch Theater, see the giant Wonder Tower, and get to experience what it's like exploring basically the city as Batman, even if it's a prison city. Yeah, Hugo Strange is the Warden, and big shock, he's evil. The big twist of Arkham City is they're trapping every criminal of Gotham City and basically are going to exterminate them. Arkham City is really a death camp. Protocol 10 is exterminate all the prisoners, where the Tiger Guards open fire, shoot people, launch missiles, try to decimate everyone in Arkham City. Miraculously, a lot of Batman's villains survive this, but the town gets pretty much totaled, and you see random henchmen or civilians get completely shot and dead bodies everywhere. Hugo Strange is really working with Ra's al Ghul. Hugo Strange is Ra's new apprentice, and he wants to become the new Demon's Head, helping them clean up crime in Gotham by killing everyone. And I do like the interview tapes. Hugo Strange actually studies Batman through his villains. Hugo Strange talks with the Joker, talks with Catwoman, talks with Two-Face, talks with basically every huge Batman villain ever, and learns more about them and Batman through them. Like also 2 weeks till October. Yeah, don't remind me. Like he can't die. A lot of great boss fights. My favorite, to no one's surprise, is Mr. Freeze with how great and unique it was. Yeah, Mr. Freeze's boss fight is one of the greatest things praised about this. Not only is it a great moment for Mr. Freeze that makes him cool and threatening, but a lot of people consider it one of the best video game bosses ever. Mr. Freeze can adapt. You fight Mr. Freeze, take him out with one of Batman's Predator gimmicks, and he learns from his mistakes. He realizes Batman's tactic and takes precautions to avoid not getting hit by it again, basically. And that's what kind of made Mr. Freeze a challenging boss. You have to use new moves and think outside the box to take Victor down. So did the Mad Hatter in the game. Yeah, Mad Hatter's in this game. I like Peter McNichol's Mad Hatter. He was really creepy, and I really love his design. Unfortunately, he doesn't do much in this one. Arkham Origins and Arkham Knight gave him a lot more, but in this one, he serves as a pretty fun addition. We need the Penguin tier list for winter holidays. Yeah, we do. Least favorite, well, there's only two I didn't like. Two-Face and Catwoman's campaign that you mentioned, and unfortunately how anticlimactic the Deadshot fight was. Oh yeah, Deadshot's in this. Deadshot is like hired by Hugo Strange. He goes undercover as an inmate and is assassinating political targets. We find out Batman and Bruce Wayne are on his list, and you have to stop Deadshot's crimes before it's too late. He plans to take out Jack Ryder next. Batman saves the Creeper in time, and Deadshot's kind of taken out anticlimactically. You just have to get under him. The real challenge is dodging his gunfire, his sights, and it is pretty easy, honestly. It's not a challenge at all. Even in the New Game Plus, I kind of did it with ease. Oh yeah, and the Two-Face boss fight. Fighting Two-Face as Catwoman, really hard. One, he has a bunch of goons, and even if you take out the goons, they keep respawning. If you take one goon down, two more come in their place, and Two-Face basically can take a beating from Catwoman. Catwoman is not strong enough to use a one-hit KO like Batman on Harvey Dent, and Two-Face has that annoying grenade launcher. If he shoots you, you explode, and it takes a lot of health out of you. I kind of solved this by doing a lot of timed beatdowns on Harvey, like knocking him off the ledge, beating him up, running away, beating him up again, running away. It takes a lot of time to do, and it feels very tedious even if you're good at Catwoman. And if you're not good at Catwoman, Catwoman is not good at the stealth sections. She can basically die very easily. Selina has half the health Batman does because she's not wearing armor. I guess it's realistic because she's wearing like a sexy jumpsuit and therefore wouldn't have armor, but it made trying to beat the game in her campaign a lot more difficult. Do you think the whole hero refusing to kill the villain trope is pointless or ridiculous? It depends. If the villain is a serious threat and killing them is the only thing you can do, or the only thing you can think of right now, I think it is justified. However, if they're like completely beaten and at your mercy, then I think capturing them is much more satisfying or more noble and just. Sorry, just reading the comments. Just hide, attack from underneath, and done. Like, which is the Arkham game Christmas special, Arkham Origins, and technically Cold Cold Heart. Cold Cold Heart takes place over New Year's, but it's still technically wintertime. Okay, hey guys, I'm here. Sorry about my other account being Christopher, but I'm here. What'd I miss? Hey Chris, we're on Arkham City, talking about how great it is. Love Grey DeLisle as Catwoman, she's my favorite. Poison Ivy unfortunately only gets a cameo, and it's in Selina's campaign. I'm sure Bodhi was glad to see Ivy. She's still hot, really kick-ass. She and Catwoman form an uneasy alliance. In Catwoman's campaign, Catwoman wants to steal from the vault in Arkham City and escape. She teams up with Poison Ivy to steal the valuables that Hugo Strange has confiscated from all the Arkham inmates. There's like a vault in the prison. Catwoman wants to perform the ultimate heist. It is kind of fun. Very short though. It's very short and simple. You steal like key cards, access the vault, beat up the guards. Hugo Strange tries to have the Arkham goons ambush her, but Selina makes a telltale choice of either leaving with her valuables or going back and saving Batman. Yeah, when Protocol 10 kicks in, Batman's trapped under debris, and Selina makes the noble choice of saving her man because she has feelings for Batman. I do find it funny they programmed a fake-out ending. If you leave with the jewels, then it triggers the end credits, and basically Gotham is doomed. Everyone in Arkham City except the Joker died, and the Joker has unleashed a full-blown invasion on Gotham, and nobody can stop him now that he's immortal with the cure. Like, is this the first Deadshot or second Deadshot? Technically it's the white Deadshot. I know it gets a stupid retcon in the Suicide Squad game, but we'll get to that mess later. It's the white Deadshot, the one we meet in Arkham Origins. So are we gonna basically acknowledge that this Protocol 10 is basically this universe's Order 66? Yeah, it kind of is, but it's used on actual bad guys and not the innocent Jedi. Deadshot's fight in Origins was definitely better. Yeah, a much better improvement, way more challenging, and also kind of a better version of the Two-Face boss fight. Okay, so for my gamers, the gameplay much better in this. Batman has a lot more new moves, can take down goons with a lot of special attacks, has way more gadgets at his disposal. And Batman moves a lot faster, a lot swifter. It is easier to master combat as Batman in this game, and very fun and satisfying. You can even upgrade your armor and upgrade yourself to make Batman into a more terrifying warrior. Catwoman also gets upgrades, but they don't do too much to help her in Predator maps. The stealth sections are very difficult as Catwoman, and I would argue Nightwing too. Nightwing and Robin are DLC characters in this. They're fun to play as, but ultimately Batman and Catwoman are only playable in the main campaign. So what I love the most about Arkham City is basically every huge Batman villain ever is in this game. Minus the Scarecrow, but they were saving him for a sequel. It did piss me off that we never see Scarecrow or resolve his fate. They do confirm he is alive, and he's being set up for a future sequel. That game being Arkham Knight, but yeah, Scarecrow is alluded to, referenced. You actually find his discarded old mask because he made a new one in Arkham Knight. But every other Batman villain is here. The Joker, the Penguin, Catwoman, the Riddler, Two-Face, Mad Hatter, Mr. Freeze, Ra's al Ghul, Talia al Ghul is in this, and yes, Talia al Ghul is pretty hot in this game. I like Stan Akadic's performance as her. Unfortunately, Talia doesn't do much in this entire universe. She's set up, and spoilers, Talia dies, and the twist boss fight, Clayface. Yeah, Clayface is the final boss, and honestly the hardest one, because he keeps, like, spawning goons when he's, like, melting. That was really cool. I know everybody loves Mr. Freeze's boss fight, but to me, my favorite has to be Ra's al Ghul. I love Ra's al Ghul's boss fight in the psychedelic desert. He grows into like a giant Sandman, like hurls shurikens and uses his giant katana at you. You give him like a beatdown, he turns into clones. It is a really inventive, fun combat boss fight. Yeah, Deadshot's fight in Origins was better. Like, is weird. Clayface was obviously the best final boss fight ever. Yeah, you weren't even supposed to be here, Carlo. Why sign up with the Joker? Easy. It was the role of a lifetime. Yeah, Clayface appears in this, and oddly, we have not seen Clayface ever again. Apparently, he died at the end of his boss fight. I guess being melted in the Lazarus pit in his clay body kind of disintegrated him. Like, maybe Catwoman wants to be flexible and wearing that armor could make her less acrobatic. Yeah, Catwoman is kind of a ninja. I love this franchise, best verse game-wise for DC. Yep, a million times better than Superman 64. I think that depends on the reason for killing them, but usually it's not a good idea. Yeah, people believe in justice, taking them in and making them pay for their crimes. Batman believes in redemption, he wants to save his villains. I think the Telltale games kind of did this better, but the Arkhamverse does plant the idea there. Well, of course, being forced to put a villain down is obviously what made Man of Steel the best Superman movie. Yeah, unfortunately, the plot is what made it the worst Superman movie. Like, cats are more flexible without some heavy armor, like even Oliver can't wear my baby's soccer shirt. Yeah, the other option if Catwoman leaves is pretty dark. Yeah, but also kind of hilarious. If Catwoman didn't show up to push that debris off of Batman, then Gotham would have been screwed. Yeah, so Talia is in this game, and unfortunately, Talia doesn't get to do much. We never even see her return. Arkham Knight confirms that, yeah, she is dead. Joker shot her in the back, and that's the end of one of Batman's most compelling love interests. Hugo Strange, execute Order 66, Order 10. Like I'm saving the voice actors for their separate tier list. Yeah, I would too. You can also find Killer Croc as a cameo in the sewers. Yeah, that's right. You have to go there, but it's kind of a timed cameo. You have to still be infected with the Titan blood. Batman gets infected by Joker's blood, so he's forced to find a cure for both of them. And if you go down to the sewer level, you have to hit like a button with the remote batarang, and Killer Croc comes out, basically making a cameo in reference to Arkham Asylum. I won't have to fight you. I'll just wait for you to die to feast on your corpse. And that's kind of the last appearance he makes in Arkham City. Too bad Baby Doll isn't in this universe. Yeah, that's kind of a huge letdown. It would have been great seeing Baby Doll, but I guess she was kind of too goofy and comedic for this universe. Allegedly, the Mad Hatter was supposed to be in Arkham Asylum, but Paul Dini got shot down. Wait, don't Nightwing and Robin have armor? Why are they difficult to play as? Well, Nightwing doesn't have armor. Robin does. He does have like a bulletproof vest over his chest. Nightwing doesn't. He wears his like circus unitard and has the exact same level of health as Catwoman does. And it doesn't help that Nightwing can't glide. Yeah, that made no sense. Nightwing doesn't have his weird flying squirrel glider he had from the animated series. Yeah, watch Batman the Animated Series. Nightwing could glide, but he can't in the Arkhamverse. That is BS. Imagine if other DC characters were in the Arkham games. Yeah, that's when we get to Suicide Squad kill the Justice League. Because she's too cute to be in a dark game, Batman can't hurt a little girl. She's not really a little girl, she's a little person who looks like a child. Honestly say that the final boss fight with Clayface is amazing, fun, and hard. It's not too hard. If you don't know how to dodge, you get hit and killed by him easily. I think it's pretty fun. Clayface is really wicked, really gross, and they gave him a really awesome design. He looks like a brown version of the Batman Clayface, and made him look really deformed. They had a lot of fun with the body horror and graphics for Clayface. Which I think we can all agree that the Arkham series Killer Croc is goated. Yes, my brother Wolf loves Killer Croc. The Arkhamverse made Killer Croc Wolf's favorite Batman villain. Steve Bloom just nails it. Unfortunately, the same can't be said for Kari Payton's Killer Croc. Okay. The Suicide Squad game is not included. Yep, I am including it. It's down here. We'll get to that later, though. That comes later. Like the Suicide Squad game is added. Yeah, it's on here. Also, isn't the Bat family also ninjas, so the armor not being there doesn't make sense if that's the reason? Well, Batman can make himself slightly bulletproof. But I guess that's from Lucius Fox's tech. Does Killer Croc jump scare you like Man-Bat? In Arkham Asylum, he does. In the other Arkham games, he doesn't do it again until Arkham Knight. Yeah, Killer Croc is a jump scare in Arkham Asylum. If you, try to access his cell, he shows up for a jump scare. And playing his boss fight in Arkham Asylum, really creepy. He can jump you whenever. But in Arkham City, not so much. You kind of see it coming. And in Arkham Origins, he's a lot more on screen. He's not afraid of his appearance or hiding yet. Yeah, Man-Bat's jump scare, that was iconic. Even Lady Clayface never shows up, like she's an underrated female Batman villain. Well, she might be in a future title. I never said it was. Okay, so Protocol 10 ends up being dismantled by Batman. You break into Wonder Tower in the hardest stealth battle for Batman ever. You have to get Hugo Strange out of the tower, beat up his elite guards. You defeat him, and Hugo Strange ends up backstabbed by Ra's al Ghul. Really love D. Bradley Baker's Ra's al Ghul performance. I think he was underrated as the character. But yeah, Hugo Strange dies, crying and pathetic. He failed to beat Batman, but I did everything you said. Indeed. Congratulations, you proved that Batman is superior to you. And Hugo Strange defeated. Ra's al Ghul tries to let Protocol 10 continue, but Hugo Strange decides to suicide bomb all three of them. He activates Protocol Martha, No, he said Wayne or something. Yeah, he says Bruce's name. He blows up the tower, and Hugo Strange and Ra's al Ghul both die. Don't worry, Ra's al Ghul will be back in Arkham Knight, but yeah. Ra's and Hugo are defeated. Tiger completely retreats. Protocol 10 is canceled. They're called off. You have the final battle with the Joker, really Clayface. Talia al Ghul dies. Clayface dies. And we get to the big moment of this game, which made comic book history. Mark Hamill's Joker dies. But don't worry, he'll be back in future titles. Yeah, okay. This was supposed to be the last time Mark Hamill ever voiced the Joker. He was going to quit the character. He was done. He was out. And he completely reversed that in like 2 years. Okay, I love Mark Hamill's Joker. This honestly would have been a pretty good high note to end out on. But yeah, the Joker canonly dies in this universe in the end of Arkham City. After everything he'd done, Batman still would have saved him. And he dies laughing at that joke, and Batman carries out his corpse Cain and Abel style. And a lot of gamers were theorizing that if he was really dead or coming back or not. He technically was dead, but he'll be back in Arkham Knight through very BS means, but yeah. Baby Doll's character arc in the animated series was one of a kind. Yeah, my brother Wolf reviewed that episode. Check it out, it's on our channel. Yeah, Wolf did. Wolf made a cameo. Wolf did the first Baby Doll and Love is a Crock. Yeah, the one where she romances his favorite evil villain. Not gonna lie, some of the demons and monsters in K-pop Demon Hunters look more like Power Ranger monsters. Yeah, you said that on one of the other tier lists. I say Baby Doll's too much of a tragic character to be in these darker, more edgier films. Maybe. She does have kind of a lighthearted personality when she's in child mode, though. Gotta go. Hopefully I'll be back in time. See ya, Bat Kid. We'll probably still be here. They called Dokkaebi. Technically, I think in one of the Batman series, Clayface had a daughter known as Anne, I think. I think that was in, yeah, where Tim Drake met the anime girl and they had that animation. Yeah, hey, Wolf. Yeah, they did like a Studio Ghibli Batman the Animated Series episode, and Clayface's daughter looked very nicely detailed and like an anime movie character. It was really jarring. I'm hoping Wolf reviews that in the future. Yeah, Wolf said it was a good episode. He liked it too. Okay, so Arkham City, to wrap up, it is great. It is a masterpiece. It is a great video game, a great Batman story, and one of the greatest sequels of all time. Yeah, I actually think it's better than Christopher Nolan's The Dark Knight, because it did everything right and managed to be one of Batman's greatest stories ever. That's how awesome Arkham City is. Plus, you get a fun video game experience as a bonus. Like, maybe Anne could be a female Clayface daughter. I think they did try that in the comics, but it didn't catch on, and they keep trying to make new Clayfaces. Yeah, they had, like, Basil Carlo, Matt Hagen, the treasure hunter guy, and Lady Clayface, and they tried to make Clayface a legacy character, and unfortunately it has not caught on. I don't know, I like Clayface, but he's one of those characters that's not as huge as the Joker Catwoman are. Okay, so, yeah, Arkham City, it's awesome. You know it's awesome. It's still awesome to this very day. It might be our #1 Arkham game because it is that great of a video game and a Batman title. It's going on something to believe in. But before we get to the next game, we do have our first DLC, Harley Quinn's Revenge. This one is Harley Quinn getting revenge for the death of the Joker. Yeah, so they apparently decided to have their first DLC. It's a bonus story. It's a very fun one. Harley Quinn has gone completely nuts, is suffering depression, and is going on a suicidal terrorist rampage at Arkham City. She takes a whole bunch of cops that were supposed to pull the prisoners out hostage, and is threatening to kill them all unless Batman and Robin show up. And it leads to Harley Quinn's Revenge. This one, going on to Arkham Awesome. One of my personal favorite DLC. Ah, you love it, Chris. Okay. Alright, so I really like it. It's kind of short. That's one of my big problems with it. Yeah, I know it's a DLC, and this was back when DLCs were kind of separate story campaigns, and honestly, I think it's pretty fun. Harley Quinn is at her craziest in this. I think Tara Strong pretty much solidified herself as a great Harley Quinn actress in this DLC. Harley Quinn is kind of the only villain who appears in this. She takes Batman hostage, and you actually get to play as Robin. Yes, Robin is finally playable in the main story mode. Troy Baker plays Tim Drake Robin, and I think he's fine. Yeah, Robin's not one of my favorite characters anymore, and I've always loved Dick Grayson as the sidekick, but Tim Drake's Robin shows up, and he's trying to save Batman. The Bat family sidekicks are trying to find out what happened to their father figure, and they learn Harley Quinn has him trapped in like a shrine built to the Joker, leading to what's essentially a rescue mission. The game as a Harley Quinn DLC is cool, but it's just short, like I wanted it longer. Yeah, Cold Cold Heart is much better. They actually made it longer and gave you more content and story to do. But Harley Quinn's Revenge, I think it's pretty awesome. It's good, it's fun playing as Batman again, it's fun fighting Harley Quinn. Unfortunately, one of the worst elements of this is they retcon Harley Quinn's pregnancy. Yeah, in Arkham City, they actually have a twist where you find an Easter egg. Harley Quinn was pregnant. And then this DLC came along and they canceled that entire arc. Yeah, Harley Quinn was going to give birth to the son of the Joker. And yeah, basically she had a false pregnancy. She's not pregnant, it never happened, she bought a crappy product, and this DLC kind of retconned that, and that's kind of adding to her insanity, because not only is her boyfriend the Joker dead, but she never had a kid with him. All in all, it's short but fun. Yeah, I will say, I do like Kevin Conroy's performance in this. Batman went in to try and arrest Harley Quinn, only to end up captured. She's holding like a bunch of cops hostage. Batman takes a shot for one of the officers and gets captured by her, leading to Robin saving the day. It's mostly a Robin story, and I do like that. I like that we're getting more of Robin in the Arkhamverse, expanding the world, expanding the fun, and actually have a fun stealth battle against Harley Quinn. It is satisfying to see Robin take Harley Quinn down. Sidekick versus sidekick. Harley Quinn gets beat up, but then you free Batman. Harley Quinn reveals she's gonna suicide bomb the entire Arkham City. You deactivate all the bombs, leading to a fight against her robots, and this was actually a fun surprise. Harley Quinn has the robot guardians from Wonder City fight you in a really intense fist fight. Harley Quinn's like constantly shooting at you with her confetti gun, and you fight these robots, manage to defeat it. You defeat Harley Quinn, we get a fake out that Robin might have died. Big shock, he's still alive. Yeah, Robin's alive. Harley Quinn is put in her place, knocked down, and she's still depressed about the Joker's death, but we find out so is Batman, ending on kind of a cliffhanger that won't be resolved until Arkham Knight. But don't worry, we have a prequel coming in between them. But yeah, Harley Quinn's Revenge, I think it's awesome. It's a fun addition. It's, kind of an optional campaign. You don't have to play it, but I would actually recommend it if you just want more of the Arkham City experience. I don't think it's the best DLC, but I won't deny it's bad. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's good. It's fun. Tara Strong actually is a good Harley Quinn, and I think this DLC really showed that. I just wish Tara Strong would be a good Harley Quinn and not phone it in every performance she had later. But yeah, I'll put it on to Arkham Awesome. Yeah, like, I'm sick and tired of modern Harley Quinn played by Tara Strong. Like, YWB fired Tara Strong to play Harley Quinn voice and Greg Sipes as Beast Boy. Yeah, that kind of bothered me. Tara Strong was a good Harley Quinn, and Arkham City demonstrated that. Unfortunately, she got really lazy with the voice and basically acts like an obnoxious, entitled brat as Harley Quinn. I get so sick of hearing Tara Strong screaming as child Harley Quinn, and it's the voice she uses in every other title. I am surprised when Tara Strong does play a serious Harley Quinn, because Warner Brothers does not do a good job writing her as Harley Quinn, and Strong pretty much stopped caring by this point. Like Harley Quinn, she sleepwalks through the role by this point. Yeah, Greg Sipes got fired, which is total BS and makes Warner Brothers look awful. Like now I hate her in Suicide Squad game, even her kid Poison Ivy, yeah. And now I'm going to vomit. Hi everyone, AV Scorpio. Okay, so after Harley Quinn's revenge, we would get the final Arkham game. Unfortunately, we needed to have a prequel game to fill in the runtime since it was taking too long to make the finale. In comes Batman Arkham Origins, and might be a controversial opinion, but Arkham Origins going on to S tier. I'm putting it behind Arkham City, but above Arkham Asylum. I love Arkham Origins. I do not get the hate behind this game. Arkham Origins is fantastic. A kick-ass Christmas story. Yeah, I know we didn't want a prequel. We all wanted to see the sequel, what comes after Arkham City. A lot of sequel bait, a lot of plot threads unresolved, and a lot of hype towards the grand finale to the Arkhamverse. However, they made basically a filler game to stall for time because Arkham Knight was taking a long time to develop. So in comes Arkham Origins, a prequel which shows us Batman Year 2. Yeah, Batman Year 1 and the Killing Joke are apparently canon now, so this is Batman's second year as the Dark Knight. He's improved himself, he's become a mysterious figure in watching over Gotham City, and Arkham Origins actually is the first game that allows you to explore Gotham City. Yep, we see the daily life and routine of Batman. Batman has become an infamous icon in Gotham City. The world doesn't know if he's a hero or a villain. The police are corrupt still. This is during the Year 1 phase where dirty cops were all over the police department. Crime is running rampant in Gotham City. Supervillains are on the rise, and nobody knows if Batman's a good guy or a bad guy. However, the top dog mafioso Black Masks hires 8 assassins to assassinate the Dark Knight, paying them a $1 billion bounty if they bring the Dark Knight's head to him. And Batman has to defeat 8 assassins in one night and defeat Black Mask before his ultimate criminal scheme comes to fruition. And yeah, it's a really kick-ass game. So, unfortunately, the worst thing I have to say about Arkham Origins is they weren't allowed to use a lot of the iconic Batman foes. Some of Batman's key figures and key villains don't appear in this, and they used a lot of weird D-list DC characters. However, it is a fun game. This is one of the funnest Arkham games I've ever played. I love Roger Craig Smith as Batman. Troy Baker did win me over as the Joker, and the gameplay is a lot polished and much better here than in Arkham Asylum and City. A great Christmas game, seasons, beatings. Yep, absolutely. The Christmas special like this should be an awesome movie. Yeah, the game is taking place on Christmas time. Batman's in a winter Gotham. There's a lot of snow. Yeah, I know they recycle a lot of the Arkham City levels, but honestly, it's pretty good. It's pretty nice seeing what Gotham City was like before it was turned into the Arkham City prison institution. You actually get to see life in Gotham, back when the dirty cops ruled the streets, back when gang members run amok, back when civilians were too scared to go outside, and see a lot of origins for Batman and his villains. Yeah, we meet Enigma. Wally Wingert plays Enigma. You'll never guess who he is. Yeah, Edward Nygma is like a corrupt cyber unit detective. He releases the Enigma data packs around town. The main villain of this game is Black Mask, but spoilers in 3, 2, 1, Penguins. Actually, the Joker. The Joker hijacked Black Mask's entire empire and identity and hired the 8 assassins using his billions so he can exterminate the Dark Knight so Batman isn't in the way of him spreading chaos across Gotham City. So, Joker and Bane are kind of like Heath Ledger and Tom Hardy's portrayal of the characters. There's a lot more love towards the Dark Knight saga in this game, but that makes it really fun. Like, so much better than Batman Returns? Yeah, way better. What do you think of Heath Ledger's Joker? Oh, I love it. I love Heath Ledger as the Joker. Personally, I prefer Mark Hamill and Jack Nicholson, but Heath Ledger is in my top 10. Go check that out. He's in my top 10 Jokers. I think his performance was great. So, the Batman 2005 cartoon? Yeah, kind of. It's kind of like the 2000s anime Batman cartoon, the first season, and a bit of Batman Year 1. Commissioner Loeb gets killed in the beginning of this game. We meet Brendan, the corrupt SWAT team leader. He's one of the antagonists from Batman Year 1. I was surprised to see him in an Arkham title. Commissioner Gordon finally gets promoted to the head of the police, and it's very clear that the cops are not happy about it. Some like him, and some actually conspire against him. Batman takes down a lot of corrupt cops in this. Infiltrating the GCPD is one of my favorite levels of the game, next to the hotel. Yeah, the hotel, also a classic. But Arkham Origins not only has the best gameplay, but also the best boss fights. Like, Arkham Origins made a huge step up in Arkham City's gameplay. Not only does Batman flow much faster, not only is he much stronger, and you have a lot of fun with the gadgets, but the boss fights are magnificent. Deathstroke is really hard. Bane is really ruthless and a much fun boss fight. Firefly, easily my favorite boss fight in this. Copperhead, really creepy and really challenging. And Electrocutioner, how can we forget Electrocutioner, the greatest boss fight of all time? Yeah, seasons 1 and 2 of the Batman. Like Captain America played Batman. Yeah, Roger Craig Smith takes over as Batman, and I do like him. He made my top 10 best Batman voices ever. Go check that video out. Roger Craig Smith voices a young Batman and does a pretty phenomenal job. Troy Baker plays a younger Joker. A lot of people I remember were pissed off because they didn't get Mark Hamill or Kevin Conroy. It's like, okay guys, they were filming voices for the new Arkham game, which was Arkham Knight. So it's kind of understandable. I know Conroy is the definitive Batman, but Roger Craig Smith actually earned his wings. I think he does fantastic as a younger, violent, anger-prone Batman. This Batman, much more egotistical, impulsive, borderline like Vegeta. He is very arrogant in his crusade against crime. Batman thinks very highly of himself and kind of cuts loose with his rage a lot in this game, which is another factor which made this game very good. Batman has character development. Like, so much better than Batman Returns. Yep. 3, 2, 1, Penguins reference. Yeah, glad you got it, Akira. Like, remember they got My Little Pony actors and one Haunting Hour actor? So why didn't Cash, aka the Batman 2005, be in the Arkham games, like hearing Joe Swanson being in the game? I guess he wasn't as popular enough that fans would recognize him. Like, is Copperhead a boy or a girl, since we got 2 versions of them? Yeah, Arkham Origins clarifies that this is a different Copperhead. She's not like the male one from the Justice League cartoon. Copperhead is apparently a legacy character in the Arkhamverse, and we meet sexy girl Copperhead. I actually do really like her. Yeah, I know a lot of people love her too because she's hot. I found her more scary, more creepy. She has like snake eyes and an actual snake tongue. The 8 assassins are pretty interesting. We meet Killer Croc, voiced by Kari Payton, who honestly is my least favorite Killer Croc. No disrespect to Kari Payton, but I was not a fan of his take on Killer Croc. Question why they didn't get Steve Blum when Steve Blum voices half the thugs in the game, but whatever, it's a younger Croc. Yeah, Killer Croc, we meet him. He's not fully mutated yet, so Batman can fight him. He's a human-shaped crocodile man, as Batman puts it. He's the first boss fight. We meet Deadshot. Deadshot's a lot more threatening and challenging in this game. Huge step up over Arkham City. Slade from Teen Titans is one of the epic boss fights, and he is a monster. He is very hard to fight. You have to master his pattern of moves, and it gets easier once you play the game more. But yeah, Slade has a very challenging boss fight, and we actually get to see him unmasked, something we didn't see in the Teen Titans cartoon. Yeah, it is great seeing Batman fight Slade, and to think Slade's gonna get revenge by going after his apprentice Robin. Lady Shiva, she's in the game, voiced by Karai herself, Kelly Hu. I like Kelly Hu as a voice actress. She does fine as Lady Shiva. Unfortunately, Shiva is downgraded to a side quest. Shiva is an agent of the League of Assassins sent to spy on Batman, and she's basically the one who spreads Ra's al Ghul's message to the Dark Knight. Shiva has an interesting fight. She is kind of challenging, but nowhere near as badass as she is in every other iteration. Copperhead is in this. Copperhead's actually a sexy female assassin. She kills people with snake poisons, hence the title Copperhead. She was actually a pretty creepy boss fight. Not the best one, because you basically fight a bunch of clones. It's a combat boss fight, but I think she was fine. Bane is in this game, and JB Blank is my definitive Bane. Love Arkham Origins' take on Bane. This is my favorite version of Bane. They actually made Bane one of my least favorite villains ever into one of my favorites through this series alone. Yeah, Arkham Origins salvaged Bane a lot. Bane is a really hardcore boss fight. I like him. He turns into that giant hulking monster. We went over this in the Bane tier, but yeah, Bane is like one of the best villains of this game. Firefly, my favorite boss fight. I love Firefly. It is so cinematic. It's cool. It's fast-paced. The music is outstanding. And the fight scenes against Firefly are so epic. I love the battle on the bridge. Firefly, easily my favorite boss fight. Yes, over Bane and Slade, and that's saying a lot. And lastly, the Electrocutioner. How could we forget the Electrocutioner? The greatest boss fight of video games ever. Electrocutioner is one dead serious mofo. Just think of me as a bat zapper. You fly towards me, you zap. Copperhead Lover 2, also voiced by Alita Battle Angel. Yeah, that's who played Copperhead in this game. Again, another reason why I love this game, I can totally relate to Batman in this. Yeah, so Batman is a lot more brash, impulsive, anger-prone. Why I love Arkham Origins is the story is really good. For what was essentially a cash grab filler game, the staff really loved Batman. They really did an outstanding job, really impressed fans, and delivered a really epic Batman tale. Batman basically is coming into his groove. He's growing as a superhero. He's a young man with a trust fund and too much anger. Alfred thinks he's wasting his life, wasting his time. Being a superhero is pointless, basically. It's a pointless endeavor, and believes that Bruce is basically abandoning his family's legacy to become essentially a costume villain. Alfred is actually against Bruce being Batman, leading to a very dramatic scene when Alfred almost dies. This is my favorite scene of the entire Arkhamverse. Bane finds out Batman is Bruce Wayne and breaks into his house, sabotaging the Batcave and trying to kill Alfred. Alfred is left for dead. He left him alive for a few more minutes so Bruce can give him some parting words if he's fast enough. Batman suffers a crippling blow to his ego in this game. The Batcave is completely wrecked. Everything's destroyed. All his gadgets are gone. The Batmobile's wrecked. And Alfred is left for dead. He's pinned under the wreckage of the Batmobile, which makes Bane's fate in Arkham Asylum a lot funnier in hindsight. But yeah, Batman finds and saves Alfred, and Alfred dies. Alfred dies, and he tells Bruce, "Don't add me to the weight you carry." And Bruce finally realizes that he's not invincible. He's not an unstoppable force of nature. He's not this great superhero. He's still a mortal man. Still has things he loves. Still has his attachment to people. And can't save everyone. He has like flashbacks to all his failures throughout the game. And during his rage, he does find out he still has the electro gloves, and that the Electrocutioner's threat from earlier comes back. "I'm gonna kill you, and jumpstart your heart, and kill you again." And Batman realizes that he can use these to save Alfred. He uses his brain, and saves Alfred with the electric gauntlets. Alfred is saved in the nick of time, and Batman has a heart-to-heart with him, where he apologizes for being a dick, but Alfred actually interestingly grows as a character too. Alfred realizes that Bruce was right. The world does need a hero. He failed to realize that until he suffered like the wrath of an evildoer firsthand. Yeah, Alfred was kind of privileged and lucky to be hiding out in Wayne Manor until Bane nearly kills him, and he realizes that Batman is needed to save people from the same fate he suffered. Alfred realizes that the world does need Batman, it does need a hero. Bruce realizes that he can't work alone, he's not invincible, and that Alfred's right, he does need to work together, leading to the most badass climax at Blackgate Prison. The Joker escapes, goes on a killing spree, and Batman shows up to save the day. Like his less snake costume, more like trying to be DC's version of Viper. Yeah, that's what made her cool, though. Like his name is Deathstroke. Yeah, that's Slade's actual villain moniker. Teen Titans changed it to Slade because they weren't allowed to say death. You know, on this show where Slade graphically raped Raven. I wish Teen Titans gets a game too. Feels like Arkham game. Like, imagine seeing Starfire in the Arkham game style and get her in the DC AMU version of her, actress to play her. Oh, you mean Kari Walgren. Unfortunately, Akira, they did try to make a Teen Titans game. It was called Gotham Knights, and it failed. Yeah, Alfred's death is the saddest moment. Alfred is actually dead for a few seconds, but Bruce saves him because of course he does. Yeah, if you played Arkham City, you knew Alfred was gonna live because he's still alive in the other games, but I think the scene actually really hits hard. It is really emotional and impactful because Bruce almost loses the last family he ever has left. Like, we need to have Alfred doing Uncle Ben moment, like... Great writing for these games. Yeah, absolutely love it. How does a Transformers and Arkham crossover or a Scooby-Doo and Arkham crossover sound? I think Scooby-Doo is more likely. Transformers might be a bit hard because Megatron can easily stomp on any of the rival villains. Okay, so a lot of great boss fights in this too. Firefly is my favorite. The Bane one, really challenging, really fun, especially when he turns into like a horror monster. Bane injects himself with a prototype of the Titan, and it turns him into the Incredible Hulk. He has to fight Batman in a stealth battle, and it is really stressful, really creepy, and Bane is really invulnerable and hard to capture. Slade's boss fight, really fun. It is difficult as hell the first time you play this game. Yeah, it is really hard because you have to master his fighting pattern, but it was one of the best boss fights ever. I do like Copperhead's boss fight. It's simple but effective. Deadshot's boss fight, much more challenging than his first one in Arkham City, and way better than the Two-Face boss fight in Arkham City as well. Lady Shiva, kinda disappointing. It's basically a combat fight, and Shiva just has higher health than most. Oh yeah, Anarchy's also in this game. Love Matthew Mercer as Anarchy. He should have been Anarchy in the Telltale games, but no, let's make him Mr. Freeze. Oh, and love the Mad Hatter. I want to bring up the Mad Hatter side mission. That one is fun. I love going into the Wonderland. You go to Tim Burton's Wonderland. Mad Hatter tries to brainwash Batman into being his knight, his like professional bodyguard to protect him and his Alice. Mad Hatter abducted Alice. Batman tries to save her and enters Tim Burton's Wonderland, and it is like the funnest, most creative level. Reminded me a lot of the Arkham Asylum Scarecrow nightmares, but with Jervis Tetch there instead of Dr. Crane. Yeah, Peter MacNicol is also creepy as hell as the Mad Hatter. This game especially because they heighten up his creepy stalker rapist side. He takes a girl who looks like Alice from Alice in Wonderland, dresses her up like a sexy Alice, and nearly kills her when Batman tries to stop them. And it is one of the funnest side quests in the game. Highly recommend you do the Mad Hatter side quest the most. It is epic. The worst thing I have to say about the game is, one, a lack of Batman villains. I really wanted to see Catwoman here. See Catwoman's first time fighting Batman. Poison Ivy also should have been in here. She's alluded to. Penguin shows up. He's in the first act of the game, but you never arrest him in this one. He gets arrested in the DLC, but Penguin plays a small part in the plot. Kind of wish he went somewhere. His side quest, easily the biggest dud. You go around and basically deactivate a bunch of gun crates, and that's it. And my least favorite side mission, also Bird. Bird is not a character I cared to see. I would rather we see, somebody who mattered, like Killer Moth, or, Killer Croc actually having expansion in this game. Oh, or White Rabbit, but I don't think she was made yet. Sorry, catch up on comments. Well, maybe, but I don't want to know. Seeing if they use mocap of Grey DeLille as Daphne Blake be like, yeah, it'd probably look weird. Especially because Grey DeLille's a lot older than Daphne now. Like Lady Shiva need to happen in the future. Yeah, Lady Shiva should have been a huge part of this game. I'd have preferred we see Lady Shiva get her backstory or plot relevance expanded upon, rather than seeing Bird, Bane's second in command. Did anyone care to see Bird in the Arkhamverse? Yeah, most pointless addition ever. Like Batman becomes the Black Rabbit. Yeah, he did kind of in Arkham City, but it was temporary. Like his Black Rabbit mask is scary. Yeah, they made him look like Frank the Rabbit. From Donnie Darko, that's it. This looks like Law and Order SUV episode. Also, I wish Catwoman's show have been playable in the Mad Hatter level, as seeing her in Wonderland as the Cheshire Cat. Yeah, that happens in an Arkhamverse comic. Mad Hatter brainwashed several of the hot chicks into becoming Alice in Wonderland characters. We see Catwoman as the Cheshire Cat, Poison Ivy as the Red Queen, Vicky Vale is the Alice in this one. I wish we got we got to see that on the screen. Mad Hatter brainwashing a harem of Alice in Wonderland characters. Yeah, I'm sure my buddy Bodhi would have loved seeing Poison Ivy as the Queen of Hearts, wearing that sexy dress and taking off heads. Okay, so it leads to a big-ass fight scene. Joker and Bane are technically the main villains of this game. Really love that they're in line with the Tom Hardy and Heath Ledger portrayals. They feel like the Dark Knight incarnations, but that's what made them really fun. Troy Baker and JB Blank knock it out of the park as Joker and Bane. They're technically the main villains. You fight them once before. Bane escapes, the Joker's captured, but then the Joker escapes because he seduces Harley Quinn, and you fight in the prison. You take out Bane in that horror movie boss fight. Really fun and intense, but the Joker's the final boss of the game, leading to the most satisfying beatdown ever. Batman and Commissioner Gordon finally become allies at the end of the game. You actually get a tag team fight scene, which is small but really fun. Gordon finally helps you, points you in the right direction, and Batman beats the hell out of the Joker in one of the longest, most satisfying beatdowns ever. I'm back, what I missed. We're on the end of Arkham Origins. Love this fight scene. Batman beating up Joker. You just can't get it through your thick skull. We both exist because of them. You need to shut up. And he beats the Joker down 3 times, in fact. Yeah, I thought the game was broken, but no, you beat him up 3 times, get a cool comic shot, then beat him up again, and Batman beats down the Joker. Joker's defeated. Gordon is impressed at how he showed restraint dealing with both the Joker and Bane. Any of my men would have just killed him. This city deserves better. And Batman and Gordon end on a hazy alliance, which we know will form into a full friendship. So, Arkham Origins actually has one of the happiest endings of these games. Arkham Asylum and Arkham City kind of end on bittersweet notes. Arkham Origins ends on a uplifting, hopeful note. They find out Batman is indeed a hero, he saved Gotham, he stopped the villains, and Commissioner Gordon realizes that maybe he can be trusted. Batman is a savior, and it ends with Batman flying off into the night on the next adventure. And that's Arkham Origins. It kicks ass. This game is awesome. Oh, I forgot to mention the Joker nightmare sequence. Yeah, you actually get to play as the Joker. Yeah, I know you could play as him in Arkham Asylum, but here you actually get a story moment where you can play as him. Like I'm interested since I simp for Poison Ivy and Catwoman. Yeah, they are pretty hot. Love Poison Ivy and Catwoman. I wish Catwoman would have been playable in the Wonderland with her Cheshire Cat mask. Yeah, that would have looked good. Like now my sister hated the Mad Hatter since the Arkham comics having an Alice in Wonderland harem. But that's what makes him evil. Mad Hatter is a villain. He would absolutely do that. Like, again, she hates harem, and I have to understand that. Or, you know, understand that women can have harems, too. Okay, so Arkham Origins ends on a very uplifting note. Love the gameplay, love the story a lot, love the portrayals of these characters. Even if it didn't have a ton of the iconic Batman villains, the villains they chose were not bad at all, and really love the boss fights in this. They actually gave Arkham Batman a story arc in this one, which is why I kind of like it. I do kind of flip-flop over which is better, Arkham City or Arkham Origins. I might have to go to Arkham City because it has my favorite Catwoman, but Arkham Origins, it is up there in S tier. This game is an underrated masterpiece. I do not get the hate for this title. Well, actually, yes I do. When it first released, it was a broken mess. For those of you wondering why Arkham Origins was hated, it wasn't because of the story or the gameplay, or even the fact that Roger Craig Smith and Troy Baker were replacement voices. The game was broken, it was glitchy, it was lagging, it had frame rate drops, the game crashed a lot, sometimes it froze up, sometimes my disc still freezes up whenever it's buffering up loading screens, but yeah, Arkham Origins, it was glitchy upon release. It has been patched. It now is playable. You can see cutscenes in their perfect form now, so don't worry, Arkham Origins is good to play as, especially if you have Xbox One or PS5 now. You can port it to current systems, but that's why it was hated. It was not good upon release, but to be fair, neither was Arkham Knight. Arkham Knight was also glitchy, and it kind of paved the way for people looking back at Arkham Origins and giving it a fair chance, and people love it now. Arkham Origins is no longer the worst Batman Arkham title we've ever had. It's actually underrated now. I love it. It's fun. It's cool. It kicks ass. It is a Batman epic, which is why it's going on to S tier. It gave me something to believe in. There's the DLC of Origins showing Bruce's training as a ninja. Yeah, we have that. Like, again, she hated harem, and I have to understand that. Okay. Like, it's weird. Okay, so we do have two DLCs. We have Initiation, where we see Batman Begins. Basically, it's Batman's ninja training in the temple from the Batman Begins movie. And it's going on to Basic Bat because it is just a bunch of challenge maps with a 5-minute cutscene in between. Okay, I know it might be hard to see. This is the Initiation DLC. It's how Bruce trained to be a ninja warrior, how he trained to be Batman. Bruce went to the temple from Batman Begins, but instead of training under Ra's al Ghul, he trained under a sensei named Kirigi. Kirigi is this hard-ass teacher who laughs at Batman's ideals, laughs at him trying to train to be a noble, just warrior, but takes him under his wing anyway, putting Batman in a bunch of basically a bunch of challenge maps. You're like in combat challenges, in stealth challenges, and Bruce using ninja skills and prototype versions of his Batman gadgets and moves to train himself to be the ultimate warrior. And like a 1-minute cutscene happens in between each of these challenge maps. The final boss is actually Lady Shiva, which makes me kind of confused because she doesn't recognize Bruce as Batman in the actual story, but whatever. Yeah, Lady Shiva is here. Kelly Hu doesn't even have a single line. Spoilers, Lady Shiva does not talk. She is basically a voiceless boss fight. You fight her in combat exactly like her boss fight in the Arkham Origins campaign, except she has a lot more goons and henchmen helping her. So it looks cool. Yeah, Lady Shiva is in this. Sorry, Chris, but Kelly Hu doesn't even talk in this one. The child should have lived, Harley's kid. It could have led to foreshadowing of old Lady Harley. Fortunately, that didn't happen. This could have been so lame, like no Deathstroke or Cobra fight. Also, R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. Yep, may he rest in peace. Okay, so not much to say on this. It's fine. It's a bunch of challenge maps. It's not the worst story in the world. Honestly, it is fun fighting as Ninja Bruce, which is why it wins some points, but honestly, it's a pretty unnecessary DLC, and yeah, it was an excuse to make more money out of the game. You get the Ninja Batman skin, which is kind of cool, but also very limited. He plays like Nightwing, but has Batman's gadgets, and I do love that Bruce gets to beat up ninjas here. Lady Shiva should have been the sensei in this. That would have been more interesting. Like, instead of Kyrgi, Lady Shiva was the true master, and Kelly Hugh actually did a lot more voice work, but tragically they don't, and it kind of makes a plot hole about how Lady Shiva doesn't realize Bruce is the Batman. But yeah, Bruce passes his Mortal Kombat training, and Kyrgi is nice in the good ending, giving you his blessing. If you fail the challenge maps, then he laughs at you and kicks you out. Yeah, that's pretty much the story. Going on to Basic Bat. Like, I wish we get Batman Ninja outfit from the anime. That is a DLC in the next game, Arkham Knight. Unfortunately, we have one more before that. Cold, Cold Heart. The Mr. Freeze DLC. The Arkhamverse remakes Heart of Ice. And this one, going on to Something to Believe. We'll put it right behind Arkham Origins because it is awesome. Yes, they finally got a hint from the fanbase that they were tired of seeing the Joker. Joker was practically the main villain of this entire franchise, and people wanted to see and experience Batman's other cooler villains, so they made this DLC, and it is one of the greatest Arkhamverse DLCs ever. Cold Cold Heart is a playable remake of Heart of Ice, the Batman the Animated Series episode, where we see Mr. Freeze's origin. Mr. Freeze rises as a new villain and is trying to assassinate Ferris Boyle, leading to Batman trying to stop him, Willis learning about a greater mystery going on here. The fourth Doctor was the Joker. Tom Baker? So, any plans for a Christmas review? Not yet. I'm trying to hatch some Halloween reviews. Yeah, that would have made her more sense of her as the teacher. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, Lady Shiva should have been the sensei. She should have been the one training Bruce, and that would make sense to having her as a twist final boss, because you defeated all my students, Bruce, but can you defeat me? Yeah, Lady Shiva should have been the main antagonist of Initiation. She should have been Bruce's sensei. Especially because she is kind of ageless thanks to the Lazarus Pit, and it's implied she's working with Ra's al Ghul anyway. So having Lady Shiva be the sensei and jump in the ring as the final boss would have made Initiation a lot better. Yeah, it's the New Year's special. Cold Cold Heart is taking place on New Year's Eve, and it's a fun expansion pack of the Arkham origin story. So, Mr. Freeze has rose as a villain. He's going around terrorizing Gotham City. He abducted Ferris Boyle for revenge. And Bruce becomes the heat suit Batman and looks into it. So, it's not entirely a remake of Heart of Ice, but it is very faithful to it, and it expands upon that more. Ferris Boyle is a full-on twist villain in this. We find out Boyle is not the great humanitarian CEO as he seems. Boyle actually pretends to be a nice guy in this version, to the point where he and Bruce are initially friends and allies. They want to change Gotham together for the better, but Mr. Freeze abducts him. Batman thinks Freeze is the villain, but we find out, of course, Boyle is the evil one. Boyle is actually making cryogenic military-grade weapons and selling them underground. He sold them to the Penguin. Penguin reappears in this DLC to basically get arrested here because he wasn't arrested at the end of Arkham Origins. Nolan North's Penguin comes in as a side villain. The Anarchy riots return, and a lot of frozen police officers and guards you get to save. There is a lot to do in this DLC pack, which is why I prefer it over Harley Quinn's Revenge. Harley Quinn's Revenge was good. Cold Cold Heart is outstanding. Like maybe Batman the Brave and the Bold episode 4 or Harley and Ivy Christmas special where they use Bruce Wayne's money to buy for them. Yeah, I tried to convince Wolf to review that. I might review it, but I'm afraid it might get blocked. Yeah, I'm not as good as dodging DC's copyright bots like Wolf is. Love Mr. Freeze, the Doc Ock of DC, a tragic villain, and the same motives too, depending on the versions of Doc Ock. Mainly the Sam Raimi trilogy version of No Way Home. Okay. Alright, so I do like that Penguin is kind of a side villain in this. GothCorp is manufacturing cryogenic weapons. Mr. Freeze was building these weapons, and we find out Boyle was forcing him to. Why? Because Boyle has Nora. Nora Freeze is here. Nora Freeze is cryogenically frozen. She's suffering a fatal disease, and Boyle actually makes a deal with Freeze. Freeze builds him cryogenic weaponry to sell, and he'll give him the resources to help find the cure for his dying wife. However, Boyle went back on their deal, tried to take Nora away from Freeze, and tried to kill Mr. Freeze himself, leading to his cryogenic mutation. Mr. Freeze becomes the iconic snowman we all know and love and feel for, transforming himself into the great supervillain Mr. Freeze. We're led to believe Mr. Freeze is the evil one, since he's trying to get revenge on Ferris Boyle, but he really abducted him because he needs access to get his wife out of GothCorp. Yeah, Victor rebuilt himself as a supervillain. Not gonna lie, I don't like the spacesuit he has in this. Arkham City had the best Mr. Freeze design. His suit here, not a big fan of the giant glass dome over his head. It looks really weird, but there's a fun boss fight at the end. Boyle is taken captive, Batman looks into it, find out Mr. Freeze's story, and we repeat a lot of the great beats of Heart of Ice. He finds out Mr. Freeze is the victim in all this. Boyle is the evil true mastermind. A lot of fun levels. GothCorp had an amazing level design. I love the stealth sections in this game. You get to fight in Wayne Manor, which is really cool. Get to kick ass as Bruce Wayne, then get to kick ass as Batman. Batman gets that awesome heat suit to combat Mr. Freeze. You find out the Penguin gets his comeuppance hilariously in this. Yeah, Penguin's accidentally frozen by a freeze blast. He tells Batman get the cryo drill to release him. Batman manages to get the cryo drill, but he doesn't release the Penguin because he's a villain. Space kook Scooby-Doo-ish? Yeah, kind of. Who is Boyle? Ferris Boyle is Mr. Freeze's corrupt boss. He's the CEO of GothCorp. GothCorp is supposed to be an environmentalist company. However, he's secretly building weapons on the side. Bodhi, if you're watching this, Poison Ivy is referenced in this DLC. Pamela Isley works for GothCorp, and you find her ID badge left in the... it's like left on a desk. It's left on the receptionist's desk. Yeah, Pamela Isley left her ID card in the receptionist desk. It's the first area once you enter GothCorp, and we see her plant lab is right next door to Mr. Freeze's cryo lab. Yeah, Pamela Isley is working for GothCorp, and she's still a human scientist in this version. She hasn't been mutated into a plant lady yet, which I found really funny. It's actually a really funny reference to Batman and Robin, because Pamela and Freeze work close to each other. You find her plant lab, you cross through it when you're trying to locate Victor Freeze's lab. Yeah, if you don't know, Akira, Ferris Boyle is actually Mr. Freeze's corrupt boss. He's the CEO of GothCorp. He's the guy Mr. Freeze abducts. We're led to believe Ferris Boyle is actually a nice guy in this version, but we follow the story very closely. No, he's actually a corrupt CEO who was using Mr. Freeze the whole time. Victor got revenge for going back on their deal and abducts Ferris Boyle because he needs access codes to release Nora. Nora is being held hostage as basically kind of a test subject in the GothCorp lab because he wants to manufacture more cryotubes like Nora's. Mr. Freeze takes Ferris Boyle. Batman has to intervene because he has to stop Victor, but now he realizes Boyle is the true criminal and will bring them both in, but Victor's not having any of it, leading to an epic boss fight. Yeah, spooky space kook. Pamela Lillian Isley. Yep, she's there. Like, so much better than the Haunting Hour Spaceman? Yeah, way better. I don't like that DC killed off Alfred. He's alive. He's alive, Bat-Kid. He's resuscitated by the shot gauntlets. Okay, so the Mr. Freeze boss fight in Cold Cold Heart, it is not as good as Arkham City's boss fight, but honestly it's pretty fun. It's a much bigger area, you're finally allowed to grapple around the area, but Victor takes a lot more hits in this. You can't beat him through your usual means. You can silent take down him once, but his suit gets more and more damage and freezes everything around you. It's pretty fun using the heat suit against him. You can like punch through walls, punch through frozen vents, and launch like stalagmites at him, which hurt him and knock down his health. It's a creative boss fight, and it is fun, but it's not as challenging as Arkham City's Mr. Freeze. That is the one misstep it has. Mr. Freeze does not adapt or expand. I guess he sees you faster than the regular goons do, since he tries freezing vantage points, but yeah, you can easily unfreeze those thanks to the heat suit. Which list is this? I just showed up. It's the Batman Arkham Saga tier list. Don't worry, we have a lot to go over still. Mostly DLCs, but we're on Cold Cold Heart. So, Mr. Freeze's boss fight's not as great as Arkham City, but honestly, it's not unfun. It is pretty interesting, pretty unique. I definitely had a blast beating Victor up. But yeah, you defeat Mr. Freeze, and in a twist, Ferris Boyle actually becomes the final boss. Victor is badly beaten by the Dark Knight. However, Ferris Boyle escapes from his cell and tries to assassinate Nora right in front of Victor, and wants to basically kill the Freeze couple and Batman. Yeah, Ferris Boyle tries to hide the witnesses and get revenge against Victor, leading to the most satisfying moment of the DLC. Batman beats up Ferris Boyle. Ferris Boyle's like beating a wounded Mr. Freeze down on the ground. "No, Victor, she dies, but I'll leave you alive long enough to see her go," and beating him with like a bat or something. But Batman breaks free from the ice and beats up Ferris Boyle. "Take a seat, humanitarian." Batman realizes Mr. Freeze was a victim in all this. He has to arrest him, but he shows mercy towards Victor, fixes his suit, and saves Nora's life, ending on a bittersweet ending. Ferris Boyle's defeated and exposed, but Victor is now starting his villain career. But Nora is safe, and he's going to be working on a cure to save her, ending Mr. Freeze and Batman's first clash on a bittersweet Christmas ending. Yeah, Cold Cold Heart, it is awesome. It's easily the best DLC. Cold Cold Heart, I would argue, is the #1 Arkham Saga DLC, so that's why it's going on to Something to Believe in. Holding on from the ceiling. Okay, so dark. Stalagmites are on the bottoms. Okay, stalactites. Okay, my mistake. Yeah, I'm not a geologist. I'm a cat thief. That Mr. Freeze fight. The music in Origins Freeze's boss fight fits him better than City. What a fantastic retelling of the animated series episode. Thanks, Bodhi. Glad you made it. Yeah, Cold Cold Heart is awesome. I love this DLC. It's my #1 favorite Arkhamverse DLC. It's got a great story, being that it's based off of one of the best Batman episodes ever. Maurice LaMarche totally knocks it out of the park as Victor Freeze. The gameplay is really fun. The ice gimmick is really lived up to. They have fun with the ice and winter theme. There's actual new challenges in this DLC, something the Harley Quinn's Revenge DLC didn't do. They actually give the thugs new ways to fight Batman. Mr. Freeze's boss fight, definitely intriguing, I will say. And yeah, it's based off of a classic episode, so of course it made it a classic DLC. This is Heart of Ice for a new generation, but also for gamers who like having fun. Cold Cold Heart is S tier, going on to Something to Believe in. Like, Mr. Freeze isn't evil, just a victim. Unfortunately, his overreactions make him very unstable and dangerous. Like, I see Cold Cold Heart, a sad Mr. Freeze episode. Also kind of an enraged Mr. Freeze. He does get pissed off throughout this DLC. But okay, let's wrap up Cold Cold Heart. It is awesome, based on an awesome episode, and wouldn't you know it, made for an awesome video game. Something to believe in. Alright, let's get excited. Rev up those engines for Batman Arkham Knight. Alright, I'm gonna use my first bathroom break, but tell me your thoughts on Arkham Knight. We're doing that one next, and predict where it's going to fall. BRB. Alright, the cat came back. And now Knights, a generic pilot, came out today. Oh, Knights of Geneva pilot. Okay, my mistake. Sorry, I thought I heard Troy Baker. Troy Baker is like in all these games from Arkham City onward. Yeah, Mr. Freeze is great in Cold Cold Heart. I'd argue better than the Season of Infamy, but yeah. S rank. The final chapter, supposedly, but then they made more, just like Terminator franchise. Should have stopped at number 2, yeah. Alright, let's do it. Arkham Knight, aka the Batmobile video game. I'm probably gonna piss a lot of people off, but Arkham Knight going on to A tier. Arkham Awesome. Okay, I really do like a lot of elements in this game. There are some great highlights and golden moments. Scarecrow, my favorite villain, easily the best character in this. However, it is flawed. It is flawed. Specifically, what do I mean when I say it's flawed? One, the Arkham Knight story. It's easily one of the most predictable twists of all time. And two, the Batmobile. Yes, we're gonna bring that up, the Batmobile. The Batmobile is annoying in this game. Oh my gosh, the car takes over half the game and makes it feel a lot longer than it actually is. Okay, so this is finally years later after Arkham City. There's a power vacuum in Gotham City. Crime has gone down without the Joker. Supervillains are now in hiding. They're rethinking their schemes. And Scarecrow finally resurfaces. Scarecrow is back. And he's come up with the ultimate plan to kill Batman. Unite all of Batman's rogues gallery into an army, team up with the Arkham Knight, and take over Gotham City to destroy the legend of the Batman. Yep, it's a big old-fashioned villain team-up. All the villains unite, pool their resources together, and launch a full-blown war on Gotham City. Once again, we get to explore Gotham City, this time in good weather. There's no winter weather this time, and all of Batman's villains unite to fight Batman for the last and final time. And judging by this tier list, you can tell how long that lasted, yeah. Okay, so Arkham Knight has a lot of good moments. The Scarecrow is at his best. I love me Grey DeLisle's Catwoman. Seeing all of Batman's villains for the final time and seeing some new faces appear definitely gave this a lot of love. There is a lot of love, a lot of greatness, and they are thankful for the fan base. They posted a lot of thank yous and a crew shot at the end credits. You could tell the people working on this love Batman. However, there are some flaws, there are some setbacks, the Batmobile being the biggest one of them, and the new character, the Arkham Knight. So, there's a new villain in this, several new villains, but the one that stood out the most is the Arkham Knight. Scarecrow teams up with a mysterious, evil Batman known as the Arkham Knight. This cybernetic soldier leading the Arkham militia and basically the Heavy doing all of Scarecrow's criminal operations. The Arkham Knight knows who Batman is, knows his methods, studied him in and out, and can help Scarecrow be the one to defeat the Dark Knight once and for all. And it is painfully obvious who the Arkham Knight is. Yet you can literally guess who it is. If you watch Under the Red Hood, you will definitely guess it for a second, but if you somehow don't know who this character is, just listen to his dialogue and watch how the story plays out. They give you massive clues that pretty much spoil exactly who it is. You do not have to be a hardcore Batman fan to figure out who this mysterious new character is. It's a shame Robert Englund didn't play the Scarecrow. In Injustice 2, he did. John Noble, the voice of Unicron from Transformers Prime, plays Dr. Crane, and he is pretty awesome. I love Dino from Arkham Asylum, but John Noble definitely made Scarecrow a force to fear. Sorry, catch up on comments. Sorry, Kira, not S tier, just A tier. Yeah, they should have stopped at number 2. And the lamest Deathstroke fight. Oh, yeah, Slade was done dirty in this game. R.I.P. Poison Ivy died a hero. Yeah, I actually do love Poison Ivy's death scene. I know my friend Bodhi doesn't like this moment, but I love that Poison Ivy had a redemption arc in this game. Poison Ivy is actually not interested in killing Batman. She's more interested in protecting the plants, and I love that Batman and Poison Ivy form a hazy alliance, and ultimately, Poison Ivy sacrifices herself to save Gotham City. She did it for her plants, most likely, but we see there was humanity inside Dr. Isley because the humans were saved in this too, and Poison Ivy has that tragic moment where she dies in Batman's arms. Don't worry, the Suicide Squad game would also kill this entire depressing moment. No, my plant girl waifu. Yeah, Poison Ivy's great. I know Bodhi doesn't like this, but I love Poison Ivy actually getting an alas poor villain moment. Poison Ivy redeeming herself and dying doing a final act of kindness honestly is the highlight of this game. Poison Ivy's heroic sacrifice, easily one of my favorite moments in this. Plus, yeah, she is kind of hot. She's not as hot as she is in Arkham Asylum. I think Tasia Valenza's face does not fit her. Grey DeLisle's face on Catwoman looks pretty fine, but Tasia Valenza and Kevin Conroy's faces on their characters looks really weird. And also, Batman give that thug the Batmobile torture, which is funny. Yeah, almost running him over with his tire. I meant the current comics. Yeah, Man-Bat jump scare scares me like I almost lose my heartbeat. Yeah, that scares everyone. They never tell you when it's coming, but grappling around, Man-Bat has a jump scare. Yeah, it's the final game in the series, and Man-Bat is finally making an appearance. Yeah, Man-Bat was in Lego Batman before he was in the Arkham Saga. Let that sink in. Agree, Akira, RIP to Poison Ivy, she went out as a hero, but then Suicide Squad ruined that shit and made her look like a Greta Thunberg in her face, and made Harley Quinn kind of a child molester around her. Yeah, unfortunately, Poison Ivy's heroic sacrifice was completely undone. She did still save Gotham City, but she's alive again and now a child, and Harley Quinn is now a canon pedophile in the Suicide Squad game. Yeah, just another reason to hate that title. Robert Englund played Scarecrow in Injustice 2, but they got John Noble, who I thought was pretty good. Scarecrow's my favorite character in Arkham Knight. They made my favorite villain easily the biggest badass of Batman thanks to this title, so it does win points for that. Yeah, it's Jason Todd. Like, Arkham Knight feels like the Winter Soldier of the MCU, except the Winter Soldier never broke down crying like a wussy boy. Jason Todd, like his Red X persona, got taken. Yeah, I was kind of curious why they didn't make him Red X, but they kind of do in his DLC. About as much so as wondering who Red X is for the Teen Titans in the 2003 show is. I remember when Arkham Knight came out, I was playing the Lego Marvel demo game at GameStop. The first Lego Marvel game. Yeah, that game is awesome. I love playing as Stan Lee. Could we use Man-Bat jump scares for a future review? Yeah, I might have to. It's pretty funny. I have to find the right moment, but considering we're coming up to Halloween, I might do just that. Okay, so all of Batman's villains unite. It is a full-blown crime wave in Gotham City. Scarecrow threatens to bomb the entire city. All the citizens pretty much flee, and the criminals who aren't scared or are part of Scarecrow's mob pretty much take over. It is a full-blown war zone. The Arkham Militia is taking over. There's outposts like from Far Cry that you gotta take out. There's the towers that watch the skies. A lot of road battles. I do not like the bomb side quest. Yeah, easily my least favorite side quest, destroying all the Arkham Militia's bombs. Arkham Knight plants a bunch of dirty bombs around the city, and you have to, guess what? Use the Batmobile to deactivate them. And when you do, you enter a bunch of tank battles. Yeah, that's pretty much a negative con. There is way too much Batmobile in this video game, and it sucked me out of the experience a lot. Yes, I know, it's fun playing as the Batmobile for the first time in the Arkhamverse. However, the magic wears off as you keep playing. It starts to get more tedious, more annoying, and the game pretty much demands that you master driving this vehicle because it is vital to the boss fights. There's more vehicle boss fights in this game than actual game boss fights. Yeah, Arkham Origins and Arkham City had the greatest boss fights ever. Arkham Knight easily has the worst boss fights of the series. They are a bunch of vehicle fights. You fight the Arkham Knight in the Cloudburst tank. By the way, screw that level. I hate the Cloudburst tank level. It is the worst part of the game. It is very tedious, very annoying, and super hard. Some people actually quit Arkham Knight because it was that difficult to beat. Then, there's also the Driller, the Excavator. You fight the Arkham Knight in the Tunneler from G.I. Joe Renegades. And this doesn't even feel like Batman. You're going underground fighting a giant driller. Arkham Knight is driving this big tunneler. You don't really have an official boss fight with him until near the end of the game where Jason unmasks himself and it's basically a stealth takedown. You don't actually fight him. You have to sneak up on him in a stealth fight. Beast Boy and everyone, I still think you're Jason Todd. Yeah, I remember that from the Go shorts. Much better ending than Kill the Justice League. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, we might use a Man-Bat jump scare one day, like Catwoman should, up and have a saw trap. I actually did kind of like this part. A lot of people don't like this element, but Catwoman is taken hostage by the Riddler. The Riddler tricks her and plants an explosive collar around her, like from the Suicide Squad, and is threatening to kill Catwoman if Batman doesn't play his challenges and completes his riddles. And yeah, this is basically to motivate you to 100% Edward Nygma's riddles. Catwoman will die if you don't save her, and if you know me, I'll do anything to save my precious kitty. Yeah, I love Selina, and honestly, Grey DeLille is at her best in Arkham Knight. I think they gave her a lot more funny lines than in Arkham City. She interacts with the Dark Knight a lot more, and they actually have a romance that amounts to something. Sorry, catch up on comments. Yeah, way better ending than Kill the Justice League. Oh, Firefly shows up, and he's also a vehicle fight. Granted, he's one of the better ones, but not by much. You still have to chase him down in the Batmobile. Ugh, that got annoying. Slade is also a rehash of the Cloudburst tank fight, and a much more pathetic one because he goes down in one punch. Yeah, Slade, the greatest boss fight of Arkham Origins, taken down in one hit by the Dark Knight when he steps out of his tank. You did Slade dirtier than Teen Titans Go. More like Suicide Squad Kill the Arkham games. Beast Boy and everyone, I still think you're Jason Todd. Driller felt like I was in the worm part of Gears of War 2. Yeah, it becomes a completely different game when you're in the Driller boss fight. It is so bizarre. You're driving around basically in a racetrack, and the Driller actually gets defeated easily if you lure it into the tunnels, but you have to master driving the Batmobile, otherwise you won't successfully kill him or beat the tunnels. Okay. Like the Riddler uses Batman's crush as bait. Yep, the Riddler finally realized the bleeding obvious that Batman and Catwoman love each other, and Selina's taken hostage, and I do like that it motivates you to collect the Riddler trophies. Yet you all know I 100%ed it because I wanted that Catwoman kiss, and I care about Selina. Grey DeLille is actually pretty funny as Catwoman. You and Selina actually both get to compete in the Riddler challenges, a lot more jigsaw traps and a lot of Saw levels, but you get to fight the Riddler's new henchmen, robots. Yeah, you fight robots in this, and it's not too out there considering Harley Quinn's Revenge had the robot minions, but it's kind of fun. I like that they have like Jason Voorhees hockey masks, and they have their own attack moves, much better than the Wonderbots, that's for sure. You defeat the Riddler, and it really says a lot that the Riddler is the best boss fight of the Arkham Knight game. Yeah, Riddler, the least physically imposing villain and probably the last person you'd expect to have an epic boss fight, actually has an epic boss fight. He fights you in that weird That weird mecha Ellen Ripley used in Aliens, the get away from her, you bitch. Yeah, he's in like one of those suits and has a big ass fight scene with Batman and Catwoman, and it's actually pretty fun. It's easily the best boss fight in the entire game. Yeah, I do think the Riddler of all characters has the best boss fight in this. Professor Pig comes close. Professor Pig makes his debut in this too. Love Dwight Schultz's performance. The serial killer mystery is actually pretty creepy, and I was glad to see Professor Pig in the Arkhamverse. Tragically, he's just a side mission, and he shows up relatively late in the game. Though, the Season of Infamy added a lot more of Batman's villains. That is down here, we'll get to that soon. Is it Arkham Cars or Arkham Knight? Exactly. Slade's defeat in this felt like Obi-Wan versus Darth Maul from Rebels. Yep, very anticlimactically. Like, feels like Arcade from Marvel. Yeah, kind of. Like Professor Pig say. Love Professor Pig. Pig is like clay. Pig is like God. Professor Pig is like this crazy artist trying to build his ideal human beings. He creates the Dolotrons, and the Dolotrons look like Michael Myers in this, so I did kind of like that touch. Though, unfortunately, the Arkham Knight hogs a ton of spotlight. The Arkham Knight and Scarecrow are kind of a better version of Supreme Leader Snoke and Kylo Ren. The Arkham Knight is Kylo Ren and Scarecrow's like Snoke. One of them is the Emperor pulling all the strings, plotting everything, while the Arkham Knight is basically this emotionally unstable, unhinged foot soldier, doing everything and following his command, trying to kill the Batman. The Arkham Knight wants Bruce dead, wants him to suffer, wants to kill him. Scarecrow wants to basically dethrone Batman. He wants to crush him, crush his legend, crush him as a symbol of hope, and show that there is no hope in Gotham City. Scarecrow kind of becomes a filler villain. Yeah, he fills in the gaps, basically becoming the new threat after Joker's dead, and kind of has a lot of Hugo Strange mixed into him, but I really love this Scarecrow. Scarecrow wants to destroy everything Batman saved and protected, basically deconstruct him, and turn Gotham City into the City of Fear. Yep, it all comes down to Scarecrow bathing the entire city in a fear gas nuke. Yeah, not a bomb this time, a nuke. Scarecrow builds the Cloudburst tank along with Simon Stagg, who's oddly a metamorpho villain, but it's fun seeing the greater DC universe. Simon Stagg built the Cloudburst for Dr. Crane, but they rebuilt it to spread fear gas. They're gonna spread fear gas across Gotham City, and then the world. Yep, Scarecrow's gonna take over the world. Of course. And honestly, I do kind of like that plan. However, the Arkham Knight is built up heavily, and this is why the Arkham Knight does not work. They're trying to do Batman Under the Red Hood. However, in Under the Red Hood, they knew the audience wasn't stupid, and they knew Batman wasn't fooled by his fake persona. We find out the Red Hood is Jason Todd at the halfway point of that movie. But in Arkham Knight, they save the twist that the Arkham Knight is Jason Todd for the final act. Yeah, 90% of the main campaign plays out, and we find out at the end the Arkham Knight is Jason Todd. Jason Todd was tortured by the Joker, but he wasn't blown up, he was left for dead. Jason Todd was abducted, tortured, brutalized, made an example of, and used as basically bait to lure in Batman into a trap. However, Batman never found Jason, and Joker killed Jason Todd by shooting him. Yeah, he didn't blow him up, he was just shot and left for dead. He was left bleeding out, basically dehydrated, starved, and dying, and Joker presumed this was the end of Jason Todd. Spoilers, he somehow survived, crawled his way out, and reforged himself into the Arkham Knight. The Arkham Knight wants to destroy Batman because it's his petty man-child revenge because Batman abandoned him. And yeah, the Arkham Knight became easily the least liked villain of the Arkhamverse once the mask came off. We see it's Jason, and he's just This completely sad, tragic, broken man baby, crying that, "You left me for dead. Stop talking to me. How could you do it, Bruce? I thought you loved me." And yeah, it's kind of cringe, honestly. Like, I know Jason Todd is understandably sympathetic and you do feel for him, but it's obviously him. We knew it was Jason Todd the entire time, and the game acts like it's this big shocking twist, like the Darth Vader "I'm your father" twist. Oh no, Batman is old man Han Solo. Yep, he even dies at the end. Yeah, Professor Pig feels like a Crypt TV monster, absolutely. He'd fit in with the Sunny family cult. Also, Professor Pig is making Eye of the Beholder Twilight Zone minions. Yeah, those look cool. They kind of reminded me of Michael Myers, though. Arkham Knight trying so desperately to be... Arkham Knight trying so desperately to be locked down from Age of Extinction, but once unmasked, that's when it became Kylo Ren. Yeah, the Arkham Knight is prototype Kylo Ren. I could not unsee it. It's Kylo Ren in the Arkhamverse. Jason Todd is Ben Solo. So before Spider-Man PS4 Diablo virus, yeah. Okay. One of the Riddler trophies, called The Fall, explained why Jason betrayed Batman. Yeah, they do explain it. It's explained better in side content. You have to find the Riddler clues to unlock backstories, and basically these fill up the gaps and fill up plot holes and tell you what happened in between everything. They elaborate more on how Jason felt betrayed by Batman, why he has a hate boner for his former father, but it's obviously we know who it is, and honestly, it does not work in the heat of the moment. Oh, and to make matters worse, after Batman beats the Arkham Knight, he lets him go, and at the end, Jason turns good. Yeah, out of nowhere, no build-up, no leadway, after Jason is dethroned as the Arkham Knight, he runs away to cry, and comes back now as the hero, the Red Hood. We never see how it happens. We never get that he had a change of heart. He shows up at the end of the game to save Batman from the Scarecrow, now donning the stupid Red Hood helmet. Don't get me started on that scene where the Arkham Knight helmet breaks and he tries to rebuild it, and it turns red, like the Red Hood. Yeah, so the Red Hood is a cruelly remade version of his stupid emo Batman mask. So this is another Elseworld version where Red Hood never existed. Akira, he does become Red Hood at the end of the game. He abandons his Arkham Knight persona and adopts the Red Hood persona once he turns good. So like that. Yeah, the Red Hood even gets his own DLC. Yeah, Red Hood's down here. He's right here, second next to Catwoman in the Season of Infamy. Okay, so Batman eventually defeats the Arkham Militia. However, through a lot of stupid circumstances, he locked Robin in a cell, and Scarecrow took Robin hostage because he was completely helpless. Yeah, not sure how, but the Scarecrow catches Robin and takes him hostage, takes Commissioner Gordon hostage. A lot of over-the-top villain scheming. There's a subplot where you fight a bunch of people infected by the Joker. It turns out that the Joker's blood, his infected blood from Arkham City, did spread to a few people. Batman rounded them up, and if you let Joker's blood in your system for too long, it turns you into a were-Joker. Yes, I am not making this up, a were-Joker. And a few victims are turning into clone Jokers. It's kind of like the Starscream clones from Transformers Animated. They all have like a piece of the OG Joker's personality, and Batman's been trying to cure them. Why? Because Batman has the virus too. Batman is infected and will turn into a were-Joker. Spoilers, Mark Hamill returns as the Joker in this game, and he's kind of a ghost slash hallucination brought on by the infection and the fear gas toxin infecting Batman's mind. Mark Hamill's back as the Joker, and he's kind of a funny side character. I would say Mark Hamill's definitely having fun playing him. Joker is like giving commentary on the game, and we find out Batman's losing control to him. They keep it kind of vague if, oh, this is just Batman imagining things, it's an illusion, or if it's actually Joker's ghost, because Batman is imagining the exact same Joker we've been following through the Arkhamverse. Mark Hamill's Joker is referencing all the past games, talking about how he'd do things, and revealing stuff that Batman would not know. Namely that we see the Killing Joke play out where Barbara got crippled and shot. Yeah, Joker reappears and he's slowly taking over Batman's mind. Robin finds out he was infected and Batman locked him in a cell in one of the stupidest moments in the story. Yeah, Batman locks Robin up in a cell because he doesn't trust Robin to save the day from the Scarecrow. So Batman left Robin completely helpless, and Scarecrow took him hostage easily. Stupid move, Bats. That's something Adam West Batman would have done. But Batman realizes he has to confront the Scarecrow alone. Scarecrow demands he comes on his terms or he'll hurt the boy and Commissioner Gordon. And Batman gives in, he gives up his utility belt, and is taken all the way back to Arkham Asylum, where we have the big cinematic finish. So this part of the game gets kind of weird, like a Silent Hill level, where Batman is infected by a whole ton of fear gas. He's like overdosed on the nightmare gas, and imagines what will happen when he becomes the Joker fully, and basically the Joker's just kind of alive living through Batman in him. Love the Joker mobile segment though. You get to shoot and kill all the villains, and I guess Batman has a huge ego because he imagines himself as the Joker, and the Joker pretty much destroys all of Gotham, turns it into a war zone. And even other Batman villains are uniting to stop him. We see in this what-if scenario, Two-Face, the Riddler, Penguin, and even Killer Croc all unite to stop him because he's so dangerous. But no, the Joker with Batman's arsenal became the deadliest villain in the entire universe. The Joker kills all his rival villains, goes on a rampage, even kills Commissioner Gordon. Gotham is on fire, but Scarecrow actually wins in the end. Scarecrow unmasks the Dark Knight, but Batman isn't scared. And no joke, because Batman isn't scared by any of this, Scarecrow injects him with more fear gas because he can't stand that the Dark Knight isn't broken by him, and we see the Joker's nightmares. The tables are finally turned, and Batman enters the Joker's mind in his nightmare. After where Joker Batman is infected by another dose of fear gas, it turns into like a Silent Hill boss battle. You play as the Joker, and Batman is his greatest fear. Batman is the death of him. Joker's afraid of being ashes. He's afraid of being gone. He's afraid of death, and he's afraid of being lost forever. And Batman finally shows up and gives Joker another beatdown. Not as satisfying as Arkham Origins, but I do like the trippy atmosphere here. It plays out like a Silent Hill game. Batman's like a bunch of weeping angel statues chasing him. It is a pretty trippy scenario. Where Joker? Yeah, it's a weird game. Yeah, Red Hood got his own DLC. So like Scarecrow have Freddy Krueger needle claws. Yeah, Scarecrow is kind of Freddy Krueger. Forgot to mention that in Arkham Asylum. He's basically Freddy. He has like a syringe glove claw. Instead of like razor blades, he has like fear gas syringes on one hand. It looks pretty cool. Under the Red Hood and Batman Beyond Return of the Joker did this better. Yeah, way better, way better. Where Joker? Yeah, Where Joker pretty creepy. Sorry, I just catch up on comments and drinking water. So the Joker is like evil Jiminy Cricket? Yeah, he's as conscious. And we see Joker shot Batgirl, like why that, like why not shoot James Gordon? Because Commissioner Gordon wasn't home at the time. Or if you read The Killing Joke, he needed James alive and in one piece. This is why the Joker's overrated, because it led to the even more overrated Batman Who Laughs. Yeah, that did happen. Okay. But Joker finally gets beaten up and is locked in Batman's mind, or metaphorically hell. We see like hell is written on the jail cell that takes him away. Batman finally lets go of the Joker and moves on with his life. And it only took like, what, 10 years? Yeah, he lets go of the Joker and, thanks to the chemical cocktail in his body, overcomes the Were-Joker virus. Bruce is back, he regains his marbles, his sanity, and his confidence. Scarecrow tries to kill the Dark Knight because he's not afraid. Without fear, life is meaningless. But, out of nowhere, Red Hood shows up and saves him. Yeah, Jason Todd goes from absolutely hating Batman to rescuing him in the final act. Yeah, Jason doesn't even talk. He like snipes out Scarecrow's gun and snipes out Batman's restraints. Batman breaks out of his gurney and beats up Scarecrow, injecting him with his own fear toxin, where Scarecrow's hilariously humiliated and defeated. Commissioner Gordon like one punches him, and we spot the ghost Batman. We'll talk about that soon, but yeah, Batman turns into Demon Ghost Batman, which unfortunately we will be seeing again in these future stories. But to his credit, Scarecrow actually won. He unmasked the Batman. The world knows Bruce Wayne is the Dark Knight. And we get our twist ending. Arkham Knight ends on kind of a downer ending, though I would argue more bittersweet. So, for those of you who don't know, this is actually based off of Frank Miller's ending from The Dark Knight Returns. After the world knows Bruce Wayne and Batman are the same person, Batman fakes his death and goes underground, basically pretending Bruce Wayne and Alfred are dead, so he can rebuild anew now in the dark depths of the shadows and commit to being Batman full time. So, the ending to Arkham Knight is easily the most infamous part, next to the Jason Todd twist, but a lot of people were very confused, depressed, and thought Batman and Alfred were dead. Don't worry, they are not dead. This is a comic book reference. Batman blows up Wayne Manor, the world believes Bruce Wayne and Alfred died, and none of the sidekicks seem to react to any of this in the DLC. Batman faked his death and is going hiding underground, becoming something else, something more. And if you get the golden ending in the New Game Plus, we see the twist where Batman becomes Ghost Batman. What does that mean? Well, we see Batman uses Scarecrow's fear gas to infect criminals to appear like a magical demon superhero. We see a family, a lot like the Wayne family, getting robbed and mugged by the thugs from Tim Burton's Batman 89, and Ghost Batman shows up, and in a really trippy and confusing scene, he somehow sprays fear gas around the area and turns into the weird demonic Batman charging at the screen and taking out the thugs, ending on kind of the end, or is it? Yeah, for those of you who don't know, this is based off of Frank Miller's The Dark Knight Returns. Batman and Alfred faked their death in that comic, so Batman could commit to being a superhero full-time, rather than living as Bruce Wayne and putting his friends and loved ones in danger, kind of abandoning his normal life for good. Yeah, Arkham Knight's ending is kind of another infamous part. A lot of people do not like it. They do clarify that he's not dead, and the one good thing about the Suicide Squad game is they confirm that, yeah, Batman's alive. He's now just working with the Justice League. Batman is now committed to being a superhero full-time, but the world believes Bruce Wayne and Alfred are dead. No, don't worry, they're not dead. They didn't kill themselves. They pretended a supervillain bombed the mansion to kill the Dark Knight, but no, as part of his weird plan to become Ghost Batman. I'm back, what'd I miss? Hey, Shadowlink, we're wrapping up Arkham Knight, talking about the infamous Ghost Batman twist ending, and did Batman and Alfred really kill themselves? No, it was a part of their secret protocol. They're still alive. Yeah, I was sick of seeing the Joker in a lot of these titles too. I was happy to see Mark Hamill back as the Joker, which made Arkham Knight fun. Unfortunately, I wanted the Scarecrow to be the real main villain. Okay, so interesting. Like jail is hell. Exactly. Like such a dark moment. Exactly, Kira. It's cinematically cool. Sorry, just catch up on comments. There's that other app game that has the Arkhamverse look to it, where you play as the villains trying to set up traps, all that. Where Batman is the villain. I forgot the name of it. But it's not on here. I think you mean Arkham Underworld. Yeah, that game has kind of been unplugged. The multiplayer is offline. Arkham Underworld is the one where you get to play as gangsters working for Batman villains. It's kind of like a Borderlands type of game. Apparently Warner Brothers severed the multiplayer, so we're not even counting it. Yeah, Arkham Knight's ending is so weird. I agree, Akira. Arkham Knight. Yeah, it's a game I love and hate. I love the story, most of the characters, music, combat, and Joker's return as a hallucination. Hated the overuse of the Batmobile and the Arkham Knight in general. Yeah, we talked about the infamous Jason Todd was the Arkham Knight twist. A twist you can see coming a mile away. Yeah, so Arkham Knight is going on to Arkham Awesome. I do like a lot of parts of this game. Love my man Scarecrow. Scarecrow is awesome. Grey DeLeo's Catwoman absolutely made me complete the Riddler challenges. The Riddler is the coolest boss fight in this game. Easily the worst boss fight, Slade. He's a tank battle, then he gets one-hit KO. Such a disgrace to his Arkham Origins portrayal. I could probably write a better Red X's Jason Todd fanfic compared to the Arkham/Gotham Knights, specifically Jason and the Bat family, but not the whole Arkham franchise. I'm not that much of a good writer. Yeah, anything's better than Jason Todd was the Arkham Knight. Like Ghost Batman, like Demonic Batman show up in the Suicide Squad game. Awful game. Yeah, they tried to tie themselves to the Arkham Knight where he's Ghost Batman now. And he ended up being the most disappointing boss fight of that game. I saw a theory it was Terry McGinnis. Yeah, there were all kinds of theories. There was a new mysterious Batman, and it's painfully obvious it's Bruce. It's Bruce assuming a new identity. Also glad to see Origins and Cold Cold Heart on S tier. Needs more love and it was overhated. Fully agree, Shadowlinked. Love these two. They're up here in S tier. Arkham Knight's going on to A tier. Has a lot of good, but has a lot I hate. The Batmobile sucks. I do not like playing as it. It gets so tedious. Even if you master it, it's not fun. And they were really, really hoping that gamers would love the Batmobile because it got a ton of DLC added. Though I do love the Adam West Batmobile, unfortunately it can't actually fight. A lot of great skins too. I always pick the Julie Newmar skin for Catwoman. I know I love her Arkhamverse a lot, but it's funny hearing Grey DeLeo's voice coming out of Julie Newmar's Catwoman. And Burt Ward Robin. I was surprised Adam West and Burt Ward have DLC skins in this. That makes playing Arkham Knight so much funner. Though my favorite skin has to be Michael Keaton's Batman. Michael Keaton's Batman skin actually meshes so well in the Arkhamverse. He looks really good. Maybe. I think you mean Ghost Man. Love the final Joker part of this. Very scary for first-time players. Yeah, the Weeping Angels Batman statues. That was a really neat idea. Yeah, those are my favorite and least favorite bosses in Night as well. God, they did Slade dirty. Slade was done so horribly in this game. It felt like they included Slade at the last minute because, well, the character did so well on Arkham Origins that people wanted to see him come back, and it was a nice idea that they wanted to give him a proper conclusion, but he sucked. I guess it's supposed to show that Batman's a lot more badass because Slade is no match for him, but it's just embarrassing. And you really hoped he had an awesome boss fight like he did in the last game, but nope, he's hilariously one-punched. So Arkham City is the game version of No Man's Land comic arc. Yeah, it is, Batkid, it is. Okay, no Batwing level. Kinda glad they didn't because of how annoying the Batmobile was. Okay, so to wrap up, Arkham Knight, I think it's good. It's not great. I have grown to love it over the years. There are elements I enjoy. There's a lot of golden moments in here. A lot of Batman's characters are given satisfying conclusions. However, there are some missteps, namely the Arkham Knight himself, the overuse of the Batmobile, and the ending very confusing. You do have to get all the Riddler trophies to unlock the golden ending, but I will put it onto A tier. Arkham Knight is not a bad game. It's just a fun, if flawed game. Arkham Origins, you are fully redeemed because Arkham Knight had a way more problems. This one I will still put onto A tier. It is Arkham Awesome. And now we have all the DLC. We have the quote-unquote Arkham episodes. So Arkham Knight, to its credit, had a lot of content. A lot of good and a lot of bad. But let's talk about the good. Let's do the Season of Infamy. Yeah, if you can't tell, this is the Season of Infamy. The bonus Arkham Knight missions, which is going on to S tier. Yeah, the Season of Infamy actually turned out to be very well. A lot of fans were kind of disappointed because some of the iconic Batman foes were not in the story at all, so they decided to fix that with some bonus missions, the Season of Infamy, where you get a bonus mission of stopping Killer Croc, fighting Ra's al Ghul and the League of Assassins Civil War, fighting the Mad Hatter, and trying to help Mr. Freeze. Yeah, Mr. Freeze, Mad Hatter, Killer Croc, and Ra's al Ghul are given proper conclusions for the Arkham finale. So, Mr. Freeze easily has the best one. I said this on the Freeze tier list. Love Mr. Freeze and Nora getting their final happy send-off. Yeah, it's bittersweet because they're both gonna die, but they spend their last moments being around each other. Mr. Freeze's wife gets taken hostage by the Arkham Militia, so they can force Victor to join the Villain Alliance, but Batman and Victor team up to save Nora once again. And yeah, finally get that heartwarming moment of saving Nora. Nora finally speaks for the first time in the Arkham Saga. You break open her cryotube. She and Batman finally talk some sense into Victor. Love that moment where Victor is contemplating sacrificing the ship because, no, I need it for Nora. Victor, it's okay. And yeah, basically, Victor has to make the hard choice of helping them stop the Arkham Militia or keeping the tech to save his wife by refreezing her. Victor makes the sacrifice and chooses to spend his final moments with Nora. Killer Croc, I think, has the most okay mission. I do love that you're in a sunken Zeppelin. Killer Croc was being transported to Iron Heights prison, and he managed to break loose. Killer Croc was actually being abused and studied by this corrupt shadow government organization. The Iron Heights prison was trying to study Killer Croc and turn his mutation into a weapon, but Killer Croc broke free, rounded up a bunch of prisoners, and they're leading a rebellion. The ship is sinking, they take the warden hostage, and Batman has to save him. It's kind of a Killer Croc version of a Cold Cold Heart. I think it's fine, though Steve Blum absolutely kills it as the Killer Croc. Sorry, catch up on comments. Like every time Grey DeLisle voices Catwoman is always my Daphne Blake. Well, Selena sounds more suave and sexual than Daphne does. Agree. Yep, have a lot of the Arkham episodes. How I would have made the Slade fight better in Night, scrap the Batmobile entirely, have them fight on a rooftop, and make it kind of similar to Origins, but with faster combat moves and more moves, yeah. Yep, we're on Season of Infamy. The Mad Hatter, I heard some people don't like the Mad Hatter's mission. I actually thought it was pretty fun. Mad Hatter turns himself into the GCPD, but we find out he has hostages, and Batman has to save them all. This turns out to be a complete misdirection. Mad Hatter is playing a mind game with Batman, and slowly corrupting him. He's trying to brainwash Batman to be his Alice. Yeah, this was kind of a weird choice. Batman is Jervis's new Alice. He wants to brainwash Batman into being his new Alice sex slave, and yeah, that's pretty weird. But Batman enters the storybook, and we actually get these fun levels that are flashing back to all the good times of the Arkham games. Batman fighting fighting at Arkham Asylum and fighting the old thugs there, going to Arkham City and fighting the Tiger Guards there, going to present-day Arkham Knight and fighting the thugs and the Arkham Militia there, fighting a giant Jervis Tetch. Not as cool as the Scarecrow, but honestly kind of neat visuals. It is a pretty cinematic fight scene and really fun. But yeah, Batman breaks free of Mad Hatter's brainwashing. No, you're just like me. You're mad, I tell you, mad. I'll never be like you, Jervis. And I guess they're kind of confirming that this Mad Hatter is a sexual deviant because he wants to seduce Batman. It is really weird. But yeah, you beat up Jervis, destroy his hat, and yeah, Jervis is locked up for good, alongside Killer Croc and the corrupt Warden. And the one I like the least is easily Ra's al Ghul's. So, Ra's al Ghul has never been one of my favorite villains, and we find out he's still alive after the events of Arkham City, but Ra's is now a decaying corpse. He's all skeletal and hooked up to a life support machine. Ra's al Ghul is in a civil war, and we find out he's fighting for control over the League of Assassins with his daughter, Nyssa al Ghul, voiced by Jennifer Hale, who I actually did kind of like. They had Nyssa appear in this game because she was on the CW's Arrow. Yeah, that's the only reason why. Nyssa is a vital character on the Arrowverse, and the games decided to incorporate her and milk her popularity. I thought Jennifer Hale did pretty fine. Nyssa is Talia's sister, but she wants to rebuild the League of Shadows for good, and is trying to usurp her corrupt father. Ra's is dying, and Batman has the option to either help find a cure for Ra's, or leave him to his fate. And this was like the one interesting part of Ra's al Ghul's campaign. You get to choose over whether or not you cure the demon's head or destroy his life support and leave him for dead. Because technically it's not murder because Ra's has lived for 1,000 years and is now a zombie at this point. I honestly always pick the don't cure Ra's option because that seems like the wisest choice. I know it goes against Batman's code, but technically, you're not killing him, you're just not helping him. But yeah, there's two endings to this one. Ra's al Ghul gets cured and gets away, killing Nyssa. Or Ra's al Ghul dies and Nyssa takes over, vowing to become a good guy and restoring the League as a force of justice. And this is pretty much the obvious choice I think most players will pick. Yeah, I always pick to side with Nyssa. But the League of Shadows have never been one of my favorite Batman staples. It's interesting. Ra's al Ghul's always been more of a James Bond villain than a supervillain, but yeah, the League of Assassins Civil War is not one of my favorite DLCs. I prefer Batman's campy, over-the-top comic villains. Mr. Freeze easily the best. I do like the Mad Hatter's one. Killer Croc is okay. The boss fight is pretty fun. That's the highlight of that one, double-teaming Killer Croc with Nightwing. But Ra's al Ghul's, the choice-based ending, it's a neat idea, but honestly, Ra's al Ghul's story kind of ended in Arkham City. I would have been fine if he just died. Catch up on comments. Yeah, no Batmobile in the Slade boss fight. And they die happily ever after, like Gabriel and Emily from Miraculous. Like Ladybug should have told Gabriel about that, but no, curse the Season 5 finale. If I would rank the Season of Infamy DLCs from worst, new comments came up. From worst to best, it would be Mad Hatter, Killer Croc, League of Assassins, and Mr. Freeze. Really, you didn't like the Mad Hatter one, Shadowlink? I kind of like the Mad Hatter one. That one's my second favorite one, but I understand. It's just basically a bunch of misdirections and a final combat map. The Killer Croc one I thought was okay, not one of my favorite ones, but it was a pretty epic boss fight. The League of Assassins one is my least favorite because I don't care about Ra's al Ghul all that much, and it has the easiest choice of the game. Mr. Freeze and Nora, that one's easily the best. Nice showing how Waylon Jones got so big over the games and became like his namesake is again my personal favorite Batman villain. Yeah, Kaiju Killer Croc rocks. Love his final design in Arkham Knight. He gone from a human-shaped crocodile man in Arkham Origins to a full-blown Japanese kaiju in Arkham Knight. That was a pretty nice addition. But You know, as a whole, I will give the Season of Infamy DLC an S tier because I'm glad Rocksteady gave all these villains a proper send-off, and having more bonus content in the main campaign is definitely a fun addition. Yeah, it'll go on to S tier. Don't get me wrong, Mad Hatter pop-up book was cool, but the bomb sirens can sound kind of annoying. Oh yeah, I got that, but it made them easier to find at least. Yeah, the annoying sounds, the barf, Bat Kid Shinobi. Yeah, Mad Hatter trying to make Batman a sex slave. That's something I never expected to see. Like, ew, and hate gay Mad Hatter like the Arkham comic is better. Yeah, Mad Hatter went from having his own harem of the hot Arkham chicks to trying to seduce Batman. I guess Mad Hatter discovered a lot more about himself while in solitary. I also love Ra's al Ghul's conclusion in this game. Oh, you do, Chris? Okay, I respect that. I'm just not a big fan of the Ra's al Ghul character. Don't worry, he might get a tier list in the future anyway. But honestly, I think his story kind of ended with Arkham City. He died, and basically he'll die again if you make the right choice. But if you let him go, Ra's will still be out there, ending on a kind of dark note that Ra's gets away with everything. Today is Mark Arshasan, the actor of Unicron in Transformers Armada. Okay, Armada Unicron. And Tyrek in My Little Pony. And Rosemary Harris, the actress who played Aunt May in Sam Raimi's Spider-Man. Yeah, I heard she's like 98 or 99 right now. Wasn't there a third option of Ra's ending with him being locked up and he compliments the Dark Knight of being proud of him? No, that is in the ending if you choose not to cure him. He congratulates the Dark Knight because he counts this as Bruce finally killing him by leaving him for dead and refusing to help. Yeah, that happens if you choose to side with Nyssa. And Adam West's birthday. Should have done an Adam West Batman tier list. Alright, so we got a lot of Arkham episodes to go over, so let's start scratching them off. Let's do the first DLC, the Red Hood DLC. So, believe it or not, the Red Hood had Day 1 DLC to trick gamers into believing that, oh, the Arkham Knight totally isn't Jason Todd. See, the Red Hood exists. Spoilers, this takes place after the main campaign, and nobody bought it. Red Hood, going on to basic Bat. Alright, so I do like the Red Hood character. He is fun to play as, but this DLC, nothing special. It is nothing special. It's not all that hot. It's not all that great. It's basically a bunch of challenge maps with a story that happens in between. The cutscenes are ridiculously short, and honestly, it just feels like they were trying to get gamers into buying the Red Hood and playing him on a bunch of challenge modes. So, taking place roughly after Arkham Knight's main story, Jason is now the Red Hood, and he's going after Black Mask and destroying his drug empire. You know, like in that movie everyone loved. Yeah, it's kind of a loving tribute to Under the Red Hood, but Jason full-blown kills people. You get to fight with guns, a lot of neck snap silent takedowns, a lot of brutal fatalities. Jason, full-blown anti-hero, but he's trying to become the new protector in Bruce's absence. He becomes the Red Hood, and I do like the design. It does look really creepy. Love his gun gameplay. I love that you can actually just shoot opponents in the Arkhamverse. That was definitely a neat idea. The DLC, nothing all that hot. It is nothing special. The story is honestly not that good either. You're trying to fight Black Mask, and Black Mask dies. He goes out like a complete punk. This is not the same Black Mask we saw in Arkham Origins. Black Mask comes back and he has a fist fight with the Red Hood. He is kind of a challenge to take down. You have to beat him up numerous times. But yeah, basically, Red Hood kills Black Mask. Something he should have done in the Under the Red Hood movie, but yeah. Black Mask goes out crying like a wuss. Like, please don't kill me. I'm just here to send a message. I'll do whatever you want. I'll leave town. Yes, you will. And Black Mask gets thrown out a window and dies. Red Hood versus Black Mask. Yeah, pretty mess story. Yeah, not too much to go over. There's like no continuation of Jason Todd's character development, no story. He's just cleaning up Gotham by killing other villains, and Black Mask is officially killed off in this DLC. That is like the only big thing that happens. Otherwise, pretty basic. Wow. AV Scorpio, like I am talking today is everyone's birthday. Yeah, I got that. Yeah, I got that. You said it was Adam West's birthday. Yeah, Red Hood, it's okay. It's not necessary. If you're curious about buying DLC, I would honestly not recommend it. It's basically a bunch of challenge maps tied together with like a 1-minute cutscene in between each. Red Hood fights Black Mask, destroys the criminal empire, and Arkham vs. Black Mask is officially killed off. Rather pathetically, I might add, but yeah, Jason becomes Red Hood, and he's going on his mission to help clean up crime in Gotham permanently. It's pretty basic, not all that fun, not all that great, but it was released with another Day 1 DLC, Harley Quinn, the break-in at the GCPD, and I know I'm gonna upset a lot of people, but Harley Quinn going on to Basic Bat. I will put it above Initiation at least. Yes, Harley Quinn as DLC, and it's a prequel to the main campaign. We see Harley Quinn working for the Scarecrow and Penguin, busting Poison Ivy out of Bloodhaven's precinct. Poison Ivy has somehow been arrested and needs rescuing. Harley Quinn's off to save her BFF, Red, and breaches the Bloodhaven Police Department, where you play as Harley Quinn in a heist mission. It's honestly kind of fun. It does have a lot more story than the Red Hoods. Tara Strong is kind of obnoxious in this one, not gonna lie. This is where we get wacky, over-the-top, psychotic woman-child Harley. Harley breaks into the GCPD, and it's kind of a challenge because she is not silent. She has no stealth. She has, like, loud takedowns. She beats people. It is fun to play as her, but they really limit her arsenal. Yeah, Harley Quinn has really low gadgets. She has her, like, laughing gas bombs, but they have to load up whenever you use one. She has explosive jack-in-the-boxes, which are kind of cool. She has her confetti gun from Batman Beyond Return of the Joker. It's more of a pistol, though, in this version. And she has her lucky baseball bat, when it should have been her lucky mallet. Yeah, a lot of these Day 1 DLCs were meh in general, usually just one-and-done missions. At least here it was kind of fun playing as Harley. Yeah, Harley Quinn, kind of fun. She wins points over the Red Hood, has a lot more personality. She interacts with the Penguin as her mission control. Penguin is like telling her, when Scarecrow says to take out the bat trash, you better damn well take out the bat trash. What? I ain't taking out Batman's trash. That's the type of humor you're in for, folks. It is kind of fun. I do like how you can shoot at the plants and cause them to attack guards. That is a fun feature. Though, the highlight of this DLC is Harley Quinn versus Nightwing. Yeah, you reach Poison Ivy's cell, and Nightwing shows up to defeat Harley Quinn. If you don't know, Bloodhaven is Nightwing City, and it leads to a pretty creative and fun boss fight. I do like Harley Quinn versus Nightwing. That was the funnest part of this DLC, but unrealistically, Harley Quinn wins. Yeah, Harley Quinn beats Nightwing easily, beats all the guards, and releases Poison Ivy. They escape together, and it kind of just stops. Yeah, there's like no ending, no final cutscene. Poison Ivy walks free, and you tell her like, get Ivy to Scarecrow, and that's it. If you know the story, Poison Ivy says hell no to Scarecrow, making this mission kind of pointless in the end, but I'll put it on Basic Bat. It's fun to play as Harley Quinn, but that's about it. The story is nothing too special, and it fills in the plot hole of why they want to kill Poison Ivy, because they went to great lengths to rescue her, only for her to say hell no to Scarecrow's invite. Speaking of birthdays, I turned 32 back on the 13th of this month of September. Oh, happy birthday. Red Hood really needs to get a tier list. Are there that many? So Red Hood is okay, yeah, along with Harley Quinn. It was okay to play as Quinn, sure annoying as fuck, but hey, still love her character. Guess that comes from growing up on the Batman the Animated Series, being a 90s kid. Yeah, I understand that people love Harley Quinn. The Arkhamverse Harley is good, but Tara Strong really hams it up as Quinzel, and this is easily one of her more annoying portrayals. Love Tara Strong taking up the mantle from where Arlene Sorkin retires, now deceased. Yes, Strong was a good Harley Quinn initially. The problem is she pretty much stopped trying and always uses her annoying voice. Batman would be very disappointed with you, Nightwing. Yeah, just as disappointed as he was in Batman and Harley Quinn. If you know that movie, how Harley did Nightwing, you know. Yeah, okay, so DLC, pretty basic. But let's get the worst DLC out of the way. And, oh boy, it pains me to do this, but Catwoman's Revenge, screw this DLC. Cold, cold fart. Yes, a Catwoman product actually failed me. I may have defended Halle Berry's Catwoman, but this, no. Catwoman's Revenge, easily the worst DLC of the Arkhamverse. I mean it, this one sucks. Catwoman's Revenge is about Catwoman getting revenge on the Riddler for holding her hostage. So, it actually starts out pretty fun. Grey DeLisle's Catwoman shows up at a toy store. We find out this is actually the Riddler's secret base. The Riddler has been arrested at the end of Arkham Knight, and Selina's getting revenge against the Question Mark Man by robbing him of all his money. Selina dares goes back to the Riddler's base to try and download all of Riddler's cash from his bank account. However, she has to deal with his security. You have a fun stealth battle beating up Riddler goons at a toy store mall, and then everything goes to shit when you actually get to the robot factory. Yeah, Catwoman finds the Riddler bot factory, and I believe I speak for everyone when I say, screw this final fight. This is easily the hardest, most frustrating battle of the entire video game. Catwoman's Revenge is borderline unbeatable. It is a difficult challenge to beat this DLC. I'm sure a lot of people have beaten it. Someone in the comments might be bragging that, oh, I beat it because I'm good. Well, good for you. It is difficult as hell, and I've been playing the Arkham games forever. I still have not beaten this DLC. I had to watch Batman Arkham videos over what happened, and it leads to a funny twist ending. Yeah, it is satisfying, but man, is it hard. It is the hardest game you'll ever play, and worst of all, it is timed. You fight the Riddler bots in the factory, and you have to beat like an army of 200 robots as the countdown happens and the floors are electrified. There's frickin' laser beams shooting at you, and saw blades coming at you, and yeah, it is hard. It is absolute gamer hell. Okay, I simp Harley Quinn, the character, than Tara Strong voice like his annoying. Wow, that's a first. Yep, Chris, I do not like this one. Like, love the character, not the voice. I get it, Akira, I get it. Like, why a toy store? Like, that is a Toyman supervillain hideout. Well, the Riddler also built toys in Batman the Animated Series. It's a very loose reference to when Riddler tried to go straight and he constructed like puzzle toys, brain teasers, and usually a lot of gizmos to test children's intelligence. Yeah, it's basically the toy store that sold his Riddler gadgets from the animated series. Robbing a man of his money. Again, like you do, cuz insert Skeletor meme. Ha, just like a woman. Yeah, Catwoman is breaking here to steal the Riddler's entire bank account. Riddler has an account here. He's trying to wire money to pay his bailout, which is kind of funny. Riddler's like using his one prison phone call to contact his computer AI and wire him bail money. However, he overhears Catwoman is breaking into his complex, so he has the Riddler bots attack, leading to the most hellish fight ever. It is it's unbeatable, honestly. It is very hard, it's very difficult, and it's a timed fight because the floor is turning electric. You lose space and more robots keep coming at you. Catwoman is kind of a free flow combatant, so you can accidentally lose your combo or lose your health super fast and you get surrounded by these robots. It is very difficult. However, it leads to a satisfying ending. If you manage to defeat the Riddler bot somehow and win the game, Catwoman steals all of Riddler's money because the Riddler's an idiot with terrible security, and yeah, basically, Riddler, like, cries because he's left penniless and broke. Catwoman steals, like, his billions of dollars, and Riddler gets tasered in prison. He, like, gets hostile. Aaron Cash is, like, guarding him. Like, Riddler, you need to calm down. You stand away from me, you idiot. I am the Riddler. You think a mere taser can hurt me? And Aaron Cash, like, tases him. It's kind of funny, honestly. That kind of makes beating it worth it. Unfortunately, it is a difficult challenge trying to actually do so. Despite me actually beating the DLC, I 100% agree. Dealing with the robots while at the same time dodging lasers and traps is a friggin' nightmare. Absolutely, I still haven't beaten this DLC. That's how hard it is. And I've been playing Arkham Knight on the New Game Plus in hard mode. That should tell you how hard it is. Like, he should have had a VPN. Yeah, I should have. So, Catwoman actually gets a happy ending. She robs the Riddler blind, and Riddler pretty much deserves it. If you know how annoying he is in these video games, it is pretty much his karma. And I do love Riddler getting tasered at the end comedically. Very satisfying send-off for the character, and yeah, the Riddler is pretty much dethroned completely as a threat, and Selina finally gets a victory. Tragically, actually beating this DLC is pure hell, which is why it's going on to F tier. Cold, cold fart. Alright, so I'm going to use another restroom break, but you guys vote which Arkham episode you want to see next. Which Bat family should we do next? Batgirl, Robin, or Nightwing? I'll be right back. Alright, Cat's back. What Bat Kid do you want to do? Batgirl, Batgirl last. Let's get the other male ones out of the way. Alright. Batgirl for my sister's favorite superhero. Alright, a lot of Batgirls. Alright, might have to go with Shadowlink's suggestion to save her for last. Alright, sorry girls, but we're knocking out the Bat Boys. Let's do Nightwing, GCPD Lockdown. Nightwing, going on to basic Bat. I did like this one more than Harley Quinn, because Nightwing's one of my favorite characters. Alright, so Nightwing's story, it is short, like painfully short. All these Arkham episodes, except for the Batgirl one, they are strangely very short. You can beat them in like 10 to 15 minutes, and Nightwing's one felt like the least thought went into it. So, the Penguin is trying to break out from prison. The GCPD is attacked and assaulted by Penguin's thugs. Penguin's thugs launch an all-out assault to bust their boss out of prison. Penguin is doing a last-ditch prison escape, and Nightwing's the only one who can stop him. We follow Nightwing, now working with Lucius Fox of all people, to foil the Penguin's breakout, and Yeah, it's also kind of a long, extended challenge map with a few cutscenes. Nightwing shows up at, like, Penguin's Iceberg Lounge. They're, like, packing up and preparing to flee town. You beat them up, you get a cameo from Tiny the Shark, which is actually pretty funny. Nightwing beats them up. It is kind of a painfully easy fist fight, but it leads to what's basically the real challenge, the stealth game. They give you a super duper stealth mission. You have to go into the GCPD and fight an army of Penguin's guards. One of them is a big guy with a chain gun, so he takes a lot more hits. So you gotta take out all the little guys first. And yeah, it's kind of fun, but nothing really special. I will say I do love Nightwing. Nightwing is pretty fun in this game. I like his dialogue. I do think his actor is pretty good. He's played by Luke from the Telltale Walking Dead game, if you can believe it or not. I think Scott does a pretty good job doing Dick Grayson, but yeah, it's not too special. You're going around and fighting a super duper stealth mode mission. It's kind of fun, but that's really all I have to say about it. Kind of fun. You fight in combat, fight with Nightwing, banter with the Penguin, and banter with Lucius Fox. I do love that Nightwing isn't afraid to taunt Penguin. That's what made Dick very fun, is that he's kind of a smart mouth. He's really funny. He's a wise guy. He loves having fun. He loves being a hero. And Dick is pretty much the heart of the Bat family. Really enjoys banter with the Penguin. Of course, it leads with what else? The Penguin being recaptured. And this is where I think the DLC lost points. After you manage to defeat the Penguin's entire armada, you don't get a boss fight with the bird. Yeah, Penguin doesn't fight Dick Grayson. He toys with him and pretends to be his goons, like, oh, don't worry, boss, we got Nightwing here to see you. We thought you want to see him. Oh, I certainly do. And he sees that, oh, Nightwing beat up all his best guards, and he's sent back to prison. Yeah, there should have been a final boss fight with the Penguin versus Nightwing. Yeah, I know Oswald has never been the most badass combatant, but it would have been interesting to see. Love this version of Nightwing along with Arkham City. Yeah, Nightwing is great. Once again, fun to play as Nightwing, but meh. Yeah, that's kind of the gist of it. The Nightwing DLC is okay. It's alright. I don't really have too much hate for it, but honestly, just kind of filler. It's like a real filler episode. You bust Penguin, send him back to prison, and that's the end of him. I guess Nightwing is becoming Gotham's new protector, even though he said he had to get back to Bloodhaven, but yeah, he helped stop Penguin in the name of Bruce's honor. Like, so awesome. Like, this should be a Nightwing series episode. It should have been longer. Like, why Penguin? Why not Talon? Well, the Court of Owls haven't been set up in the Arkhamverse. That's kind of the issue. Okay, yeah, you're right, Shadowlink. Let's save Batgirl for last to end on a high note. For Arkham Knight, at least. Love this version of Nightwing. I do too. Who is Tiny the Shark? Tiny is a shark boss fight from Arkham City. He's Penguin's pet shark. He's like a living garbage disposal. Whatever I throw at him magically disappears. Yeah, Tiny was Penguin's pet shark. He is a mini boss fight in Arkham City. Then he makes a cameo in the Nightwing DLC. Apparently Tiny's still alive, but yeah, he's still in his shark cage. So, the villains DLC are hit or miss in this game. Yeah, kind of. Okay. So, interesting arc. Okay, so yeah, Nightwing proves his worth and defeats the Penguin, and that's kind of it. Really basic story. Nothing too special. If you like Nightwing, then I'd highly suggest getting this DLC, because he is fun, he's funny, he's humorous, and he's great to play as, but it's basically a long challenge map. It's basic Bat. But now let's get the other boy wonder out of the way, Tim Drake in Flip of a Coin. This might surprise a lot of people, but I actually do kind of like Robin's DLC. It's going on to Arkham Awesome. Don't worry, we'll be loads here because, once again, it's kind of a short mini-adventure. I actually enjoy this one. Robin is literally the only character dealing with the fallout of Batman's disappearance. Robin is trying to protect Gotham City, and it's clear he's no Batman. And to make matters worse, Two-Face escapes prison. Yeah, while Nightwing goes after Penguin, Robin goes after Two-Face. Two-Face actually successfully breaks out of prison and is rebuilding his forces, where Robin goes on a manhunt to stop the evil Two-Face bastard. Yeah, Troy Baker's Two-Face actually pretty good. Really like him in this DLC. Two-Face, easily the best side villain of these DLCs. He's actually threatening. We actually see him gaining some power back, and him escaping from prison is treated as a very serious deal. But Tim Drake actually gets character development in his DLC. Tim is married to Barbara. Yeah, controversial romance. Barbara Gordon and Tim Drake are married now, and this is like their honeymoon, and they're spending it working, trying to stop a supervillain scheme. They're going after Two-Face, and once again, kind of a big challenge map, but I really like this one. They're like at a dump, they're like at a garbage incinerator. Robin is going around in a super duper Predator mission, and I liked it a lot more than Nightwing's. It is fun going around here, fighting like 20 plus guards, and Tim is really kick-ass, shows his character a lot more. He's very insecure about taking up basically the leadership of the hero role in Gotham City. He's not as strong and resilient as Bruce is. He and Barbara are fighting a lot more. Their romance is kind of on the rocks at this point, but they work together as they fight and defeat Two-Face. So interesting. So Nightwing game DLC needs more time. Yeah, it's only like 10 to 15 minutes long. Robin is cool, like who the villain Two-Face. So interesting. Okay. Yeah, this is kind of a homage to Batman Forever, how Dick Grayson Robin wanted to get revenge on Two-Face. Here we're actually having Robin versus Two-Face like in Batman Forever. They're kind of arch enemies. Two-Face is not afraid of the boy Wonder. He's always calling him out, putting him down, telling him, you're not him, he abandoned you like how he abandoned me. It's honestly a pretty fun DLC. I kind of wish it was longer. Robin's DLC is just too short, which is why it's not S tier, but I have a lot more fun playing as him and seeing his story play out. So it does lead to a pretty kick-ass final fight. You fight all of Two-Face's goons in like this Coliseum area and have a quick time boss fight with Two-Face. And I know it's kind of sad, but Two-Face is easily the best villain boss fight in these Arkham episodes. Penguin is not even fought in this DLC, and the Riddler is tasered off screen in Catwoman's Revenge, and Black Mask, he had a pretty fun boss fight though, but goes out like a punk. I do kind of like the quick time event where Robin is shot and kneecapped and has to do a quick reaction to defeat Two-Face as he flips the coin to make the decision, and Two-Face is taken down. Yep, Robin defeats Two-Face, but it ends on kind of a bittersweet ending. Robin is still completely butthurt over Bruce's disappearance, but they foiled Two-Face, and his threat, menace, and most likely his ego took a massive hit from losing to the boy Wonder. Yeah, Batman's sidekick beat him up, and Two-Face is sent back to jail, while Barbara and Tim are questioning their future, which I thought was going to lead to more Arkham episodes, but tragically never did. Anyways, I thought this one was fun. I thought they made great use of Robin's fighting style. Two-Face is a very interesting villain who I wish got more screen time. Yeah, I know, that game's coming up, but yeah. I think this is one of the better short Arkham episodes. I replay this one a lot more than the lower ones down here. Alright, just checking on comments. Alright. So, it's going on to Arkham Awesome. But let's end this on a high note with Arkham Knight's final Arkham episode, Batgirl, A Matter of Family. Yes, we finally made it to Batgirl's DLC. This one actually is 45 to an hour long campaign, so it wins points for being much longer, but Batgirl going on to something to believe in. Yeah, I'll put it under Arkham Asylum. Okay, I love the Batgirl DLC. This is easily my favorite Arkham Knight DLC. It almost eclipses Cold Cold Heart, but Cold Cold Heart wins out by the better story. Batgirl and Robin team up to fight the Joker. It's a Valentine's Day scheme. Joker and Harley Quinn abduct Commissioner Gordon and take him hostage, and he wants Batman to show up to stop him. However, Batman is too busy, so the Bat Kids, Batgirl, and Robin show up, team up together to save the day. It's the first DLC where Batman isn't referenced or alluded to. We see Barbara Gordon back when she was Batgirl, saving her own dad from a hostage situation at a creepy island carnival. Yeah, seriously, it is one of the craziest set pieces next to Cold Cold Heart. We play as Batgirl in back when she still had use of her legs and when she was the hooded sidekick. I love Batgirl. She's my favorite member of the Bat family, and wouldn't you know, her DLC proved to be the funnest. Batgirl acts as a strong, independent woman. They make her kind of look like a geared up Yvonne Craig from the Adam West show, and we get to see her fight the Joker. There's a lot of homages to the Killing Joke. Joker has like this creepy abandoned amusement park. It's like on an oil derrick. It was crudely rebuilt by the CEO, the Joker Khan. Again, kind of a Killing Joke homage. And he wants to eliminate Batman's children, so he'll have the Dark Knight all for himself as his Valentine to the Dark Knight. Yeah, technically this is a Valentine's Day episode, which made it a lot more fun. So it's cool, like, yeah, Two-Face is Robin's villain. Okay. A Matter Family is awesome. Love that you can play as both Batgirl and Robin. The carnival setting is great. And an epic fight against Joker and Harley Quinn. Yeah, you get a tag team boss fight. Robin and Batgirl both fight Joker and Harley Quinn, and even better, Harley Quinn is in her iconic suit. She's wearing the animated series costume, and it looks pretty great in live action. No, not live action. It looks pretty great in the Arkhamverse. The graphics look really good, and makes you kind of question why they never used her iconic outfit in these previous titles. Sorry, just drinking some water. Yeah, Harley Quinn wears her animated series outfit, and it looks so good. I kind of wish they made it in all the other titles, but they don't. And you have a tag team fight. You can go around, you can find like tapes of the CEO who built the carnival, leading to like a really haunting backstory behind it. Yeah, this CEO guy was conned by Joker using his Jack White persona, and built this as a shrine to his daughter. And unfortunately, the daughter, died of a fatal illness, and the CEO eventually got poisoned by the Joker. All his money and hard work were used just to make a villain lair, essentially, which is kind of depressing, and it's supposed to parallel Barbara's situation. Barbara is actually stressing out because she's afraid that her dad is gonna die. It's the first time she sees Commissioner Gordon held hostage and helpless. Barbara always looked up to her dad, so there's actually some dramatic tension here because she's afraid she can't save him, but playing as Batgirl is so fun. I really like Batgirl. Barbara's so adorable, she kicks butt, has a lot of gadgets at her disposal, and Ashley Greene does a pretty good performance. I always hated that Kimberly Brooks didn't get to play Barbara on screen in any of these games. She's the disembodied voice in Arkham Asylum and Arkham City, but Ashley Greene came in as the new Barbara, and this DLC really won me over. I think she is really magnificent as Batgirl, and Matthew Mercer is pretty funny as Robin. Ah, books. I read those too, you know. Yeah, Matthew Mercer, much better as the younger characters than Mr. Freeze. Very disturbing of the phone calls in this DLC. Yeah, the tapes you find really dark and depressing. Yeah, but without the controversy of Batman and Batgirl. Yeah, the Killing Joke. I know the infamous scene you're talking about. Yeah, thankfully, Batman's actually not in this one. He's alluded to. They say he's busy elsewhere, but it's really fun seeing the Bat family doing a mission in the Arkhamverse on their own. Batgirl and Robin double team the Joker and Harley Quinn. A lot of crazy boss fights. I love the haunted house level because, of course, I do. I love horror. So the haunted house level's fun. The carousel where you have to fight the army of goons. The Ferris wheel level, also a big favorite of mine. This DLC DLC, it rocks. Batgirl is so awesome in this, and they actually give a well thought out story behind this DLC. So that's why it's going on to S tier. It is something to believe in. Arkham Knight finally had a great Arkham episode. Batgirl, you're awesome, and of course you got an awesome adventure. Yeah, but without the yeah, there needs to be a prequel game for Batgirl for this verse. That was going to be Gotham Knights, but you saw how well that ended up. Yeah, I hope we get more Batgirl playthroughs in the future Arkham titles, because she was so awesome in this. Love Batgirl. Though, I would like to see Kimberly Brooks voice her outside of Injustice DLC. Okay, so Batgirl is awesome, but unfortunately we gotta knock out the not so awesome titles. Let's start with one I kind of skipped over, Batman Arkham Origins Blackgate. Remember this one? This is the 2.5D handheld Arkham game. It later became reinvented for platform systems, but unfortunately that didn't make it good. Blackgate, going on to fake Joker. Yeah, I know, some people might argue it should go lower because this is not a good game. Arkham Origins Blackgate is the sequel to Arkham Origins and used to be a prequel before Arkham Asylum. It's now a prequel for Arkham Shadows, but Arkham Origins Blackgate was a test of a new gameplay design, the 2.5D system. They tried to make Batman like a Metroid game, and it did not work. One, the story sucked. Two, the gameplay was really bad. It's kind of distracting. You'll easily mess up a lot of the fight scenes and the stealth missions, and yeah, the story's nothing too hot either. What happens in Arkham Blackgate? Well, Batman arrests a supervillain and turns them in, only to discover there's a massive breakout at Blackgate. Yeah, this is kind of just Arkham Asylum all over again, but taking place at Blackgate Prison. For those unaware, Blackgate is where Batman's sane criminals go. The ones who aren't crazy whack jobs and serial killers. Basically a bunch of regular-ass gangsters, mafiosos, and villains like Catwoman, Black Mask, and Penguin, who aren't nutjob serial killers or psychopaths. Basically, it's kind of like Arkham Asylum all over again, but at Blackgate Prison. A massive prison break is happening. For once, the Joker is not behind it, but he is a part of the boss fights, and Batman has to regain control of the prison and foil the villains. So, this is what pains me the most about this game. Catwoman is in this, and Catwoman is the main villain, and I was so looking forward to this. Batman's first time fighting Arkham vs. Catwoman. Grey DeLisle returns as Catwoman. She's still hot, sexy, kick-ass, and a fun character. Catwoman actually outsmarts Batman in this game. She pretends to be a newbie supervillain and purposefully gets arrested so she can infiltrate the Blackgate facility because Catwoman is actually working for Amanda Waller, helping her set up her Suicide Squad, and she was sent to bust out Bane from prison alongside Deadshot and Bronze Tiger. Yeah, Bronze Tiger debuts in this game, and it would have been nice to see him in an actual AAA game, but no, he's in the handheld one. Batman Assault on Arkham. Might save that for the high note to end on, unless you want Arkham Shadow. Very disturbing of the phone calls, yeah, very. I see Nightwing as a big brother figure, not as the hottest man in DC. Well, Batkid, Dick has some nice assets. Also, Starfire is a better ship for Nightwing, not Batgirl. Yeah, I kind of see the point, though. Batgirl and Nightwing hooking up makes sense for the standalone Batman universe. Okay, looks so cool. Okay, so Batman is trying to foil the villains escaping from Blackgate. Catwoman is the main villain in this, and I was really looking forward to her, but she pretends to be an ally for the Dark Knight. She pretends she's like, oh, I'm this newbie supervillain. I just overestimated my chances at winning. I want to help you regain control of this facility because I want to live. And Batman reluctantly trusts Catwoman. We get the setup of their romance. Catwoman is clearly fawning over the Dark Knight. It's unclear if Roger Craig Smith Batman reciprocates those feelings because we never really see him flirt back. But yeah, Batman and Catwoman work together. The villains are Penguin, he's been arrested after Cold Heart. Black Mask, Roman Sinus is back and pissed off at the Joker. And the Joker after his defeat at the end of Arkham Origins. The three supervillains are fighting over for a piece of Blackgate, trying to take over certain turfs, and there's actually kind of a choice-based detail here. You can, like, whoever you defeat, the other villain starts to take over more of the facility. You can take out Penguin first, Black Mask first, or the Joker first, or take them out last, go in an order you decide, and that kind of affects the layout over what thugs you fight, over who's taking over Blackgate more. Bronze Tiger shows up as a boss fight, and honestly, it's very anticlimactic. Bronze Tiger is like one of the most badass fist fighters of DC, and he pretty much goes down as easily as the Electrocutioner. Very unsatisfying. Deadshot is a brief mini-boss and barely does anything, just as anticlimactic as Arkham City. The gameplay is not very fun. It's hard to maneuver, hard to master. You have to be like as good as Batman Arkham videos because it takes time adjusting to it, and to make matters worse, there are collectibles. Yeah, it tried to be a handheld Arkham game, but spoiler alert, we got that through the PSP. Yeah, the PSP has Arkham Asylum and Arkham City playable on the PlayStation Portable, so this was kind of entirely pointless. It was a pointless endeavor, and yeah, it's just not fun. The story's not well written. It's very basic for a Batman game. Of course, Batman wins, he takes down all the villain factions, and we find out the twist. Catwoman was the villain, and Selina is the final boss fight. It's a cool idea. She blinds Batman and is striking from in the shadows, but you have to catch a glimpse of her in order to basically counter her moves. It's a cool idea, but really held back by the really lackluster graphics and the fact that it's a kind of a difficult boss fight to master too, because of that 2.5D. Also never played Blackgate, by the way. Oh, really, Shadowlink? I think we should get the trash Suicide Squad game out of the way next. Okay, I'll wrap up first. Yeah, we can save that for last. Okay, and on a high note, looks interesting. Batgirl to Robin's pseudo-cousin because Batman's friendship with Gordon. Interesting. Arkham Shadows next. We'll do that one. We'll do that one soon. Okay, so to wrap up, Arkham Origins Blackgate is not a good game, to the point where it's been completely forgotten even by hardcore Arkham fans. It's been brushed under the rug, brushed aside as nothing special, because it was just that. It's nothing special. It's a handheld game. If you want to try it, I won't stop you. It had some good ideas. I love Batman's first encounter with Catwoman. That's the only reason why it wins a single point. The Joker boss fight is also pretty fun, but this is easily one of the worst Arkham titles, but it would not be the last worst Arkham title. For now, I'll put it onto Fake Joker because it is miles better than what we're getting to next. Alright, let's do it. Let's bite the bullet. What are we? Some kind of Suicide Squad? Going on to Dead Last. Cold. Yeah, it's a wet fart. Hate this game. Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League is garbage. It is not just one of the worst Arkham titles ever. It is one of the worst video games of all time. That is how bad this game is. So, believe it or not, this game was in development for many years. At the end of Arkham Origins, there was a post-credit scene where Amanda Waller was building up her Suicide Squad, leading to Rocksteady getting the rights to the Suicide Squad characters and setting up a future title where you get to play as the Suicide Squad in the Arkhamverse, doing insane missions in the DC realm. However, we got this total ass game, Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, which might be non-canon now considering what Warner Brothers has been posting in interviews right now. Yeah, it sucks. It is trash. All the people who criticize this game, Angry Joe, the angry video game guy, not the nerd, not James Rolfe, the other one. Angry Joe is also right. It sucks. Total trash. The graphics are ugly. The gameplay is completely uncreative and lackluster. The boss fights, pitiful, really pitiful, and it craps all over the legacy of the Batman Arkhamverse. Catch up on comments, seeing what you guys want to say. Like the worst game of the Suicide Squad, and so far only. Yeah, I know you want Arkham Shadows next, but let's talk positive after we talk about the painful one. Like no Katana, Bronze Tiger, Peacemaker. So, who's the Suicide Squad? Pretty much everyone from Zack Snyder's terrible Suicide Squad. We have Tara Strong's Harley Quinn, and yeah, easily her worst performance. Deadshot, who is now black for some reason, even though he was clearly a white guy in the past games. Great continuity. King Shark, because he was on the James Gunn Suicide Squad movie. And Captain Boomerang. What's their mission? To kill the Justice League. So, Brainiac shows up. Yeah, Brainiac's now canon to the Arkhamverse. Brainiac shows up, and he brainwashes the Justice League to become his heralds and destroy the world, leading to the government hiring the Suicide Squad to do the impossible, kill the Justice League. Yeah, the Suicide Squad is really going to kill the Justice League, and miraculously they do through really god-awful methods. So, the story of this game, it is trash. Trash of the highest crap. It is doggy-doo. The Suicide Squad basically fumble around, crack stupid jokes, and try to replicate that James Gunn humor, but they do not do it well. There's a lot of quote-unquote politically correct / politically motivated writing. They try to turn Harley Quinn into this misunderstood, strong, independent woman. It doesn't work, and the jokes pretty much fall flat on their face. Like, Harley Quinn gropes Deadshot's ass and they get paralyzed together. Worth it. Yeah, that made me cringe. Captain Boomerang pees all over the Flash's corpse. Yeah, that's actually a scene in this game. Captain Boomerang pissing all over the Flash's dead body. They actually spent money to animate that, folks. And how could we forget the worst moment of the game? Batman dies. Kevin Conroy's Batman gets beat up by the Suicide Squad game, and they have an entire cutscene dedicated to Harley Quinn emasculating him and executing him. How does the Arkhamverse Batman meet his end? Well, he's chained to a park bench, femsplained by Harley Quinn, and then she shoots him. Yep, Harley Quinn just shoots him. Yeah, are we done with your bad stand-up routine? And Batman just gets shot executioner style, and it's played up like this you go girl moment for Harley Quinn. It is terrible. It is god-awful. Not only bad writing, but a complete spit in the face towards Kevin Conroy. Oh, and to rub some extra salt in the wounds, this was almost Conroy's last performance as the Dark Knight. This was how Kevin Conroy's legacy would have ended. So, don't worry, he did show up in a better cameo later, and Conroy did have a few other media appearances, but this is still how they end his tenure as the Arkhamverse Batman. Arkham Batman, Kevin Conroy's Batman, shot dead by Harley Quinn after she emasculates and femsplains to him. What a well-written send-off for your mascot of this entire franchise. Demigod puts it best on his channel. Yeah, that's who I was thinking of. Sweet baby Inc., you ruined this. More like Sweet Baby Stink. Oh. Nice concept, but still a shit game. Yeah, we did get Japanese Toy Man. Sigh. Why couldn't we get a Rocksteady Superman game instead of this? Yeah, we should have. And El Diablo or Rick Flag, they're not in this either. Neither is Peacemaker. Peacemaker got a DLC like half a year later. Yeah, brilliant planning there, Sweet Baby Stink. Yeah, why play as John Cena's Peacemaker when you could buy DLCs of non-binary Mrs. Freeze and Deadshot's activist daughter? Yeah, you really are saving up your money to buy those, boys. Worst game of the Suicide Squad. Worst game of the Arkhamverse, bro. The game is the ultimate wet fart, and I didn't play the game, thank goodness. Yeah, you dodged a bullet. So if you're curious, the gameplay is basically, it's a boomer shooter. It's a shoot 'em up game. The Suicide Squad go around shooting people. They tried to replicate Marvel Rivals' gameplay, and it did not work. It's basically shooting and killing a bunch of enemies all throughout the story. They try to make the Suicide Squad like the Guardians of the Galaxy and Marvel Rivals gameplay. Did not work. Riddler shows up because, of course, Wally Wingert's in all these games. Nolan North does cameo as the Penguin, but he's kind of like the arms dealer for the squad. Neat idea, unfortunately complementing a stupid story. And the boss fights, all lame. You kill the Justice League and some go out like complete wusses. Batman goes out like a wuss. Superman dies like a wuss. Green Lantern gets his ring stolen. You see Jon Stewart in his underwear before he's capped. Yeah, thanks. As a Justice League fan, I really appreciate that. Jon Stewart gets capped and King Shark plays with his ring, which, no, it should not work on him because it's empowered by willpower. But Sweet Baby Stink really sucks at writing. And Lex Luthor is in this game. We never see him. He wrote all these terrible biased bios of every character. He called Jon Stewart an Uncle Tom, which is, again, a spit in the face to Green Lantern fans. And basically the Justice League have a lot of lame boss fights. But what's the cherry on top of this shit sundae? Well, after killing the Justice League and removing Brainiac from power, Brainiac finally steps in for the ultimate boss fight, where he recycles the Flash's boss fight. Yeah, Brainiac's final boss fight. Exactly the same battle as you fought against Barry Allen. He's a speedster boss fight. They gave no thought, no effort, no creativity to this final fight. Brainiac is killed by the Suicide Squad after rehashing the Flash's fight because he apparently didn't realize if you beat him once before, you'll beat him again. And Brainiac is defeated, the Suicide Squad saved the day, and Amanda Waller is fired because she was an idiot. Bad. It is bad, and the DLCs actually made this worse. They made DLCs of non-binary Mrs. Freeze, which nobody wanted. They even gave her Pride Month armor. We meet Deadshot's activist daughter, who also sucks. Nobody cared. They did not make a DLC of John Cena's Peacemaker until like half a year later, and finally, they made Slade a DLC a whole year after this game came out. Yeah, didn't you know that? Slade is finally a DLC in this game, but nobody cares because this game bombed. And they tried to make it a live service game, kind of like Overwatch and Fortnite, but it did not catch on. And this game lost Warner Brothers $500 million because it was a steaming pile of crap. Voicing the Malfoy's father in this, what a fucking waste, yeah. Captain Boomerang is dull. Yeah, I used to love Captain Boomerang, but he's been so overused by this point. Sorry, catch up on comments first. Interesting. Worst game of the Suicide Squad by far. This game is the ultimate wet fart. Yeah, easily our worst one. Sorry. Hit my mouse. Yeah, Japanese Toy Man makes a cameo. Nice concept, but still a shit game. Absolutely. Sweet Baby Ink ruined this. Demigod puts it best on his channel. I have to watch that. Like, Wonder Woman helps the Suicide Squad. Yeah, Wonder Woman broke free briefly, but died killing Superman. Isn't that a terrific way to write off Diana? Yeah, Diana died killing her best friend Superman. Voiced by Malfoy's father in this. Oh, Jason Isaacs is Captain Boomerang. Seriously, WTF is the game. Oh, no, he might have been Brainiac. And this Dark Tower, 0 out of 10. Don't recommend it, but this is like for the gamer insomnia. Like, Batman should have dodged that. He should have. Like, so lame. Kevin Conroy's worst moment. Abso-friggin-lutely. They got the Batman deaths and Gotham Knights, and Suicide Squad killed the Justice League backwards. Seriously, Wonder Woman gets a more better tribute in her death. Yeah, she did. They gave Wonder Woman respect, but all the boys get humiliated. Superman dies a monster. Batman gets a complete spit in the face death, and Jon Stewart is stripped in his underwear before being executed, and the Flash gets whizzed on. Yeah, no bias here, sweet baby stink. Okay. Marvel Rivals is better. Yeah, a million times better. I'm pretty sure people rather read Playboy than play this infamous game. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah, Gizmo appears, and he's a little person, rather than the one from 2003 Teen Titans. And I apologize for how they treated your waifu for Poison Ivy in the game. Seriously, Greta Thunberg. Yeah, Poison Ivy comes back, and now you're fun-sized, and Harley Quinn is pretty much a pedophile. Yeah, it's canon. Harley Quinn hits on child Poison Ivy, talks about all the fun stuff we did together, and makes a pass at an 8-year-old version of her ex-girlfriend. Yeah, these writers really messed up. Suicide Squad Isekai is better with anime Harley Quinn. Yeah, a million times better. Like, why not summon Amazo? Cause that would have made sense. Flash just stole the Lexheart Kano style with Cabal. I hate that, like, lame moment. Suicide Squad, read that one. And Deadshot's daughter, and well, Demagogue again puts it best. The Suicide Squad game is so bad, it makes the Snyderverse Suicide Squad movie look like a masterpiece in comparison. Well said, Shadow. Like Captain Boomerang just goes full Kano. Yeah, because that was popular. Yeah, so the Justice League is now officially dead, and Warner Brothers tried to save this by saying, oh no, that wasn't the actual Arkhamverse Batman, that is an Elseworlds Batman, we have like a new DLC, and it's patching revealing that no, Arkhamverse Batman is still alive. That would have been good to know in the actual game, but we had to wait for this DLC where you can play as Ghost Batman, so don't worry, Arkhamverse Batman lives on. Unfortunately, Kevin Conroy's legacy was pissed all over just like the Flash. This game sucks. It sucks. It's not fun. It expects you to basically grind for like 24 hours until you actually win the ending. The Suicide Squad is unlikable, not funny, and Harley Quinn is easily the most detestable character in this. They tried to make a shooter version of the Arkhamverse, and it failed. This game lost Warner Brothers a ton of money, and you know what? They deserved it. This game committed suicide. It is the bottom tier, a cold fart. Okay, sorry guys, I gotta use the restroom again, but final two, cast your vote. Which one should we do next? Which one should we save for last? Cast your vote now, I'll be right back. Alright, Cat's back. What should we do next? No, the damage was already done, sweet baby stink. Like, lame. Okay, make it feel bad for Harley's character. Arkham Shadows. Alright, let's do it. Let's do Arkham Shadows. Unfortunately, this one won't make it to S tier, but it is Arkham awesome. So, one of the biggest missteps is This game was not the main AAA game Warner Brothers and DC invested in. Instead, they were hoping the Suicide Squad game would be their big hit, while Arkham Shadows was a side project for the VR atmosphere. And that was a huge mistake because Arkham Shadows is awesome. I really love the story of this game. WB Montreal, the writers of Arkham Origins, came back, and wouldn't you know it, they still had great talent because this was one of the greatest Batman stories ever. Arkham Shadows is a sequel to Arkham Origins, but also kind of a prequel to Arkham Asylum. Well, yeah, it's another in-between game, but a pretty good one. A new supervillain called the Rat King is terrorizing Gotham City. However, nobody, not even Batman, knows who the Rat King is. Nobody's ever seen him. Nobody knows where he is. Nobody knows where he came from. The Rat King is terrorizing Gotham City and trying to help the poor and underclass rise up against the evil, rich elitists and corrupt authority figures who ruined Gotham. So, Batman finds out that the Rat King is operating a special mission deep underneath Blackgate Prison. So, Batman goes undercover as his criminal persona matches Malone to investigate and find out who is the Rat King and what's the Day of Wrath. And wouldn't you know, this turned out to be a vastly greater Batman Arkham title than the stupid Suicide Squad game ever was. It is phenomenal how good this was. So, I do have some issues with it, namely continuity issues, and Elijah Wood as Dr. Crane was kind of weird, but I will still put it onto A tier. The biggest sin this game commits, though, is it's not available on platformers. It's not an actual AAA game. It's a VR game. You wear the VR headset and you play through the Arkham game. Not sure how you would do that, like, you know, beating up enemies and experiencing Batman stuff in your living room. But yeah, it's a VR game. But a really incredible story. Oh, I wish this was available for consoles and not just VR. You and me both, Shadow. You and me both. Sorry, catch up on comments. Yeah, Sweet Baby Stink ruined it. At this point with this verse, we'll be treating it like the prequels for the Star Wars The Clone Wars style. Yep. Also, nice origin showing how Harvey Dent became Two-Face for the verse. Yeah, we see actual origins in this game. Bruce goes undercover as matches Malone, and we actually get to see new characters in the Arkhamverse. We see Two-Face's origin. Harvey Dent and Bruce are still bros by this point. They're hanging out together. Harvey Dent, Commissioner Gordon, and Batman form their alliance to take down crime happening in Gotham. The Rat King has caused protests and anarchy. The entire universe is basically shaking in fear what this Day of Wrath actually is. After Batman beats up Shrike reveals he's serving the Rat King and the Day of Wrath is upon them, leading to Batman going undercover in Blackgate, disguising himself as his criminal persona matches Malone. Batman is deep undercover and learning the ropes around Blackgate, and you meet a lot of villains. We meet a lot of characters they didn't use in the Arkhamverse all that much too. We finally see Ratcatcher. We finally see the fate of a lot of the Arkham Origins case files criminals. Ferris Boyle cameos as like a prison bitch. But one character I was not expecting to see is Lyle Bolton. Lockup is in the Arkhamverse. If you don't know this character, Lockup is a original character from Batman the Animated Series. Lyle Bolton was a corrupt prison guard who abused the Arkham Asylum inmates before he was fired, and he turned to a life as a supervillain, bringing Templar justice to Gotham City. And we actually see Lyle Bolton, straight out of the animated series, exists in the Arkhamverse. He's the corrupt prison security guard at Blackgate. He's the leader of Tiger. Tiger is here working in Blackgate Prison, rebuilding it after Arkham Origins completely totaled it. And Lyle is now a corrupt, evil police captain around here, abusing and killing prisoners, leading to a lot of great fight scenes between him. I bring this up because Lockup has the coolest boss fight in the entire game. He actually gets this armor that looks like his iconic villain outfit from the animated series, has that electrified whip, and has a pretty badass fight with matches Malone. It is really cool. Yeah, Frodo voiced Dr. Crane. Yeah, Elijah Wood plays a young Scarecrow. Jonathan Crane is still the well-respected head of head of Blackgate. Yeah, Jonathan Crane is kind of the warden of Blackgate facility, and we see a younger Scarecrow before he undergoes his origin, and we actually see the Scarecrow unmasked. I do love that they made him look like Jeffrey Combs. He looks like Jeffrey Combs, at least how he did in The Reanimator. If you don't know, Jeffrey Combs voiced the Scarecrow in the animated series. Scarecrow is doing what he does best. He's trying to master fear, creating his fear toxin. Scarecrow is the evil warden at Blackgate, allowing Lyle Bolton to abuse prisoners to spread fear. And Elijah Wood plays the Scarecrow, and not gonna lie, I was kind of weirded out by that choice. Like, I know this is a younger Dr. Crane, but Elijah Wood as the Scarecrow is not something I'd ever expect. And yeah, it is kind of hard to unhear Frodo coming out of the Master of Fear. I will destroy you, Batman, you and the Shire. Yeah, Elijah Wood plays young Scarecrow in this. We see Dr. Harleen Quinzel, and actually get to see how she got fired from working at the the Blackgate Institute. Joker has a cameo in this. He's like in solitary confinement and briefly cellmates with Matches Malone, revealing he knows who he is. You see a lot of the former boss fights and case file criminals he defeated in Arkham Origins and get an update on their story. It is nice seeing them. Though, I also have to point out, Joe Chill is in this game. They try to treat it like a twist, but it kind of becomes predictable the more you pay attention to the story. Joe Chill is in this, and Joe Chill, the guy who shot the Wayne parents, actually is a nice guy. Joe Chill is actually trying to reform and abandon his evil past. Joe Chill saw the error of his ways and is trying to become a nice guy now. He's like a friend working at the store in prison, and he befriends Matches Malone. They tease that he might know Bruce and Matches Malone are the same guy. Joe Chill is actually kind-hearted, nice, and friendly, and completely regrets his past. We find out about Joe Chill's backstory, and how the mugging was supposed to be a simple job of him robbing the parents and leaving them alive, but it went horribly wrong. He fumbled it up. We learn about Joe Chill had abusive parents. He fell in with the wrong crowd, tried to be a cool gangster, tried to rob the Waynes because he was desperate for cash, only to accidentally kill them, and he lived with regret because killing the Waynes was his first murder ever, apparently, and Joe and Bruce become friends while in prison. While you're impersonating Matches Malone, they become odd friends, and you find out in the twist that Joe Chill is the guy who killed Batman's parents. Batman realizes that Joe Chill is the guy he's been hunting and dedicated his entire life as Batman to pursue. And it leads to that choice where Harvey Dent tries to execute Joe Chill for what he did to his best friend Bruce. Harvey Dent has his origin in this game. We see his fall from grace, slowly losing his sanity. We learn his tragic backstory. Harvey Dent had an abusive father. His father would always flip a rigged coin to beat his ass. He mistreated Harvey. Harvey lived a poor life. He was underclass, had this crappy, like, crack house looking apartment, and Bruce was his bro, always there helping them, always there lifting him out of his bad days, and actually paid for his law school enrollment, which makes his turn into Two-Face all the more depressing. Checking out the comments. Sorry if I paused. Yeah, we see how Harvey Dent became Two-Face in this universe, and it's pretty good. I know my friend Bodhi doesn't like that they altered the origin where a mafioso throws acid in his face, and in here, it's actually the Scarecrow who threw acid in his face. Yeah, Frodo voiced Dr. Crane. I will say he did win me over as it goes on. This is clearly a newbie villain, Dr. Crane. The moment, but the Rat King is Two-Face sucks for me. I didn't like that Harvey Dent was the Rat King. Yeah, so the Rat King is Harvey Dent. It is a reference to Judgment Day. Harvey Dent, in his insanity, formed a split personality that wanted to be a anti-hero. He wanted to be an anti-hero, throw the book at people, and bring justice no matter the cost. This is a reference to the Judge. I honestly would have loved to see the Judge in the Arkhamverse, but they wanted to have a surprise twist, so I can forgive them. The Rat King is a mysterious force until you see it's Harvey Dent. Harvey Dent's in the Rat King's control room, and it turns out it's his split personality all along. Harvey Dent is getting revenge for the underclass, abused, oppressed citizens by striking back at the rich and powerful and the corrupt authority figures like Dr. Crane and Lyle Bolton. Yeah, there's kind of a murder mystery whodunit type of theme over solving who is the Rat King. You're led to believe it's many characters, like it could be Lyle Bolton because he's the abusive evil prison guard. It could be Dr. Crane because he wears a gas mask exactly like the Rat King. It could be the Rat Catcher because, you know, he's the obvious rat-themed villain. Pretty fun story. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Should have gotten Robert Englund as a Scarecrow again, like in Justice 2. Yeah, they should have, but they wanted a young Dr. Crane. Elijah Wood honestly isn't that young, though, but he has a young-sounding voice. So emotional. Like, this is based on Batman, the Brave and the Bold episode, Birds of Prey. I would put it more, it's kind of like Judgment Day. Along with Lockup, because Lyle Bolton is like all over this game. Love seeing Lockup straight out of the animated series brought into the Arkhamverse. He was cool and had a really nice boss fight. Injustice 3 movie might come. I think mean game, but yeah. Is it as bad or worse than Gotham Knights, both games and show? Oh, the Gotham Knights. The show sucks. It has nothing to do with Batman. Gotham Knights, I would say, is a lot better because they tried at least. Maybe it will have a good story. I hope. You meant the third game of Injustice. Yeah, today's the anniversary of the new Batman Adventures. Oh, how fitting. And today is also Jeremy Irons' birthday. Yeah, underrated Alfred. I meant the game. Oh, Gotham Knights, the game is a lot more tolerable than the show. Also, today is Hamburger Day. Okay, so if you're curious, we do meet some new faces. We see how Dr. Crane and Harley Quinn become supervillains. We finally see Arnold Wesker, the ventriloquist. Yes, Arnie's finally here. We see how the ventriloquist got Scarface the dummy. We see the Rat Catcher. Carrie Payton voices him. Rat Catcher's a black guy now. We see Lockup for the first time in the Arkhamverse. The Rat King actually sparsely appears. We don't see him too often. We see a lot of cameos from characters. By the way, I do not like the voice they got for Selina. Yeah, at Bruce's apartment, you can play messages, and he gets calls from all his ex-girlfriends. Andrea Beaumont actually makes a cameo on the message machine. Yeah, the Phantasm gets a reference. So, Mask of Phantasm is canon to the Arkhamverse. Selina Kyle calls. I do not like the voice actress they got for her. Apparently, they didn't want to spend money on getting Grey DeLisle back, when they should have had Ali Hillis voice her, because Ali Hillis voiced Black Cat, and she voices Vicky Vale in this game. But yeah, Selina's voice, not good, easily the worst miscast. You get to interact a lot with the world. It is fun because you're kind of in the shoes of Batman, experiencing a first-person type of game. We see Carmine Falcone finally appears. Yeah, the former mob boss from Batman Year One and Batman Begins, the guy who used to own the city. Don Falcone is trying to rise to power again. You actually get your first fight with him in the Arkham Saga. Really fun seeing these characters. I do like how Jonathan Crane is portrayed in this as the game goes on. We find out he's like this amoral scientist who is trying to force patients to confront their fears. Dr. Crane believes that the only way to cure criminals is to force them to face their inner darkness, their shadow. And that's where the title comes in. That everyone has a shadow. That dark reflection of you. Your deepest, darkest fears. The evil you. Your suppressed conscience. The dark you. Your shadow, essentially. Everything that you try to hide away in your mind. And once Batman gets infected by the fear toxin, we see the best new character, Shadow Batman. This guy is very loosely based on Batman, the Man Who Laughs, but yeah, Roger Craig Smith plays a creepy, demonic version of Batman. Batman and Shadow Batman's boss fight, easily the best highlight of this game. I do really like that. Shadow Batman is actually the Scarecrow trying to take the Dark Knight down. They believe the Scarecrow is really the Rat King because he wears the same mask and he's spreading chaos and using the Blackgate facility to hatch an evil scheme. Spoilers, he is not. Yeah, I just told you it's Two-Face. Shadow Batman, easily the best segment of this game, and really made me miss those Scarecrow nightmare sequences. We see how Harleen Quinzel got fired because she snitched on Dr. Crane, and we do get to the controversial scene how Harvey Dent got his face scarred. My friend Bodhi doesn't like this change, but at the trial, Matches Malone is on trial because he's framed as being the Rat King, and they believe he assassinated this undercover cop. Scarecrow tries to use his fear toxin to silence Matches Malone because he knows too much and he's a witness to his crimes. However, he tries to force this onto Matches, but Bruce fights back and knocks it onto Harvey Dent, and the acid from the fear toxin apparently burns his skin. Yes, this is how Harvey becomes Two-Face, because apparently the fear toxin has acid mixed into it. Not drug acid, like actual chemical burn acid, and it burns Harvey Dent half his body and he becomes Two-Face. And this makes him much, much crazier. I am a shadow, the true self. Persona 4 Shadow Self. Also, Pinky Elmira and the Brains Anniversary. Oh, you remember that show existed. Also, Ami Oku, member of the Puffy Amiyumi birthday. Did not know that. Have these people ever read where the term uncle came from, just not common use of it today? Talk about a self-fulfilling title, Suicide Squad the game. Yeah, Batman, I am the shadow, the true self. I don't like the changes that they did for him to getting his face scars. Yeah, I understand that. I know a lot of people don't like whenever the canon is messed with, but I was kind of okay with this because Scarecrow's kind of responsible for Harvey Dent's face burns. Scarecrow tried to silence the Dark Knight with his fear toxin, but he knocked it out of him and it splashed Harvey Dent, and apparently it burned his skin. It is a really nasty and cool effect, though. Harvey Dent gets his gory Imhotep mummy burns, and becomes Two-Face full-time. You find out the Rat King's ultimate plan after you interrogate the right suspects, and we find out the Rat King is gonna crash like a battleship into Gotham. He's gonna destroy the GCPD. You go there and you find it's Harvey Dent. Harvey Dent tries to help Bruce by getting back at the people who ruined their lives together, and it ends with a final showdown where Joe Chill is taken hostage and Harvey is gonna execute him, leading to Batman intervening and revealing his identity. Yeah, Batman unmasks himself in front of Two-Face and Joe Chill. Joe apologizes for all the harm he's done, and Harvey completely snaps and loses it. He spares Joe Chill, but tries to kill himself, leading to a very weird ending where Batman dives in to save him, and we never see how, but yeah, apparently Harvey Dent lives, but his good is gone. Now he's Two-Face, and I do like that his split persona is based on his abusive dad. Big Bad Harv finally makes his presence known, and he talks exactly like how the abusive dad talked, telling him, "Sorry, kid, bad flip." And yeah, basically, Big Bad Harv is now here. Harvey Dent's no longer the Rat King, but now he is Two-Face, and he's gonna become one of the greatest Batman villains ever. Ending on kind of a tragic ending, the Day of Wrath is foiled, the Rat King is no more, and they expose Lyle Bolton and Dr. Crane. Harleen Quinzel gets a new job at Arkham Asylum, but you know that's not gonna lead to something good. And Arkham Shadows has kind of a depressing, but still kind of bittersweet ending. Yeah, Batman saved the day, but at much greater cost. Harvey Dent's Two-Face. Scarecrow's on his way to becoming a supervillain. Harleen Quinzel is going to Arkham Asylum, transferring the Joker out there, and you know what that's gonna lead to. But in the New Game Plus, they do insert a happy ending, where Batman adopts Dick Grayson. Dick Grayson was one of the rats serving the Rat King. He was a runaway child. He was best friends with the starter villain at the opening strike. And Dick Grayson is adopted into Batman's Bat family, where you know he's gonna train to become Robin and ultimately Nightwing. Speaking of Imhotep, highly recommend checking out Dead Meat. James is doing a kill count on the Mummy remake. Okay, he is. I did not know that. Also, Hazbin Hotel Season 2 comes out in Halloween. It's coming out in like October. It's not now. Like, this was what the Shadow Man from the 80s Twilight Zone and Inside Out, Riley's gloom emotion should have been. Yeah, should have been, but tragically not. Had to wait for a Batman game to do that. Which my sister thinks makes Gloom and Riley's shadow self is not interesting. Now I can't unhear Frodo as Jonathan Crane. Yeah, it's funny. Elijah Wood as the Scarecrow. Like, interesting. So, Elijah Wood does a good job, but it's kind of hard to unhear Frodo Baggins. Yeah, like, watch any cutscene with young Dr. Crane. No, Dr. Quinzel, I am right, you are wrong. And his weird banter sounds kind of like Dark Frodo when he gets corrupted by the ring. Dr. Quinzel, you're fired. Yeah, Scarecrow actually did kind of like his portrayal in this game. I know he's a much younger version, and Elijah Wood, not my first pick to play the Scarecrow, but he did fine. I do like the writing for him. It was pretty clever. They set him up to be the fake-out villain. He is still a major threat, but he gets defeated by the halfway point, and we find out, no, he's not. Yeah, Scarecrow is just one of the corrupt authority figures that the Rat King was talking about, and Lyle Bolton gets his ass beat, and he's exposed. Dr. Crane and Bolton are definitely facing charges after this game, but yeah. Arkham Shadows, to wrap up, it is a good game. It's cool. It's kick-ass. The story is phenomenal. The emotional beats really hit. The graphics really hold up, but the sole issue is, this wasn't an actual console game. It wasn't released on console platforms, and that felt like a wasted opportunity. Arkham Shadows should have been the game that the studio invested in, and not the Suicide Squad game. These two should have been swapped out because this one was Arkham awesome. So who was the Rat King? Harvey Dent. Yeah, if you weren't here, Bat Kid, Harvey Dent had a third split personality who wanted to be a hero, and it's a reference to The Judge, where Harvey Dent became the anti-hero judge. Yeah, Harvey Dent is the Rat King. It was a third split personality who wanted to do good. Like, so cringe hearing Frodo as Scarecrow. Like, why not Matthew Mercer? Yeah, Mercer probably would have been slightly better. Like, this should be awesome. Yeah, okay, so Arkham Shadows has its flaws, but it is still an A-tier game. I'll put it up here. So, I really hope the gaming company considers putting this onto consoles and platforms, because it definitely deserves a lot more recognition. But let's end on the high note of all high notes, the Batman Assault on Arkham movie. Yep, I am going to count the movie, Assault on Arkham, the good Suicide Squad story, because this was something to believe in. This was great. Yeah, I'll put it under Batgirl, because that was fun to play as. Okay, ending on a high note, we talk about the first, and so far only, Assault on Arkham movie, and yeah, it kicks ass. This movie's a lot of fun. It is the good Suicide Squad story in the Arkhamverse. Okay, so this might disappoint some people, but Batman Assault on Arkham isn't really about Batman. It's about the Suicide Squad going on a lethal assassination mission in the Arkham universe. The Suicide Squad is recruited by Amanda Waller to steal confidential intel from the Riddler, but Amanda Waller is secretly hoping they assassinate the Riddler because the Riddler knows how to hack into basically the bombs planted in their brain. Amanda Waller has brain chips planted in them, and they will explode if the Suicide Squad ever goes AWOL. But the Suicide Squad find out that they were sent to assassinate the Riddler because he can give them the intel they need to escape, basically her leash she has on them. And it leads to a lot of great fun, a lot of explosions, a lot of blood, death, and hot chicks kicking ass. Yeah, love this movie. It is fun. It is cool. The Suicide Squad is at their peak performance in this. This Suicide Squad is what we should have gotten from that terrible Kill the Justice League game. Hynden Walsh plays Harley Quinn. Unfortunately, the worst part of this movie is Matthew Gray Gubler as the Riddler. Huge miscast. They should have brought Wally Wingert back. He does not sound a thing like the Riddler. The Riddler is in Arkham Asylum, and basically they go there. Troy Baker comes back as the Joker. Kevin Conroy is Batman in this, so really great hearing him. The squad pick's really good. Hynden Walsh is Harley Quinn, and she's funny. Deadshot is actually an interesting character in this film. Yeah, Deadshot is at his best in this Suicide Squad story. Captain Boomerang's funny. Killer Frost, love her. Jennifer Hale reprises her role as the evil ice femme fatale, and she definitely earned a lot of new fans with this movie. Killer Frost is my favorite ice waifu now. She is hot, kick-ass, and Jennifer Hale using her femme-shep voice as icing on the cake. King Shark is in this. They do give him a weird makeover, but he's actually pretty funny. A lot funnier than how he is in Kill the Justice League. And Black Spider, played by friggin' Gus from Breaking Bad, is also one of the squad mates. Unfortunately, KG Beast is also here and he dies early. Really would have loved to see a fight scene between him and Batman, but no. So, they breach Arkham Asylum, and we get to see a lot of levels, references, and characters from the titular Arkhamverse appear in this game, and yeah, it is so cool seeing it in animated form. The fight scenes are really excellent. The Suicide Squad are allowed to kill, so a lot of bloody, amazing combat here and there. The cast really shines in this movie. We got an all-star cast, a great lineup of Suicide Squaddies, and yes, some of the squad mates do die here. Don't want to spoil all of them. KG Beast dies early. Don't get too attached to him. He's like made an example of. Deadshot almost dies. Harley Quinn is actually pretty funny in this. Tragically, Killer Frost dies. I really loved her and would have loved to see her in the actual Arkham games, but no, stupid Bane killed her. Akira, please stop. The shadow bit is so cringe. Best thing is you can watch Assault on Arkham for free on YouTube. Yeah, I'm currently free on YouTube. I honestly thought about reviewing this movie. I wanted to do it with partners. Unfortunately, those plans kind of fell through. I canceled on one partner, and one hasn't gotten back to me. If you guys want to see me review Assault on Arkham, let me know in the chat or comments below, because I'm very curious if anyone would be interested. Sorry, catch up on comments, like, this should be awesome. So, like, Moon Knights, their personality-wise, yeah, kind of, Chris. Also, my sister shows me a What If Scooby-Doo Was Latino video, like it's weird Scooby-Doo parody show. That is weird. Is the Rat King obsessed with the Nutcracker Ballet? No, but he's interested in busting those elitist nuts. Yeah, Assault on Arkham, it's free on YouTube, go check it out. If you want me to review it, please tell me down low in the chat or comments, whatever you're posting. Some people wanted me to talk about it because I love the Arkhamverse, and the Arkham series is horror adjacent, so it would feel fitting. Might even do it in Halloween time, but let me know. Like, this look cool, and I can't get Harley Quinn Deadshot bed scene. That is the best ship. Well, Deadshot is much healthier. Yeah, Deadshot and Harley Quinn have a one-night stand. It does not last, and as we all know, Harley goes crawling back to the Joker. And shame King Shark died. Yeah, King Shark died. He had too thick scales. That shark hide did not help him, like, scramble the microchip. Yeah, King Shark dies. Black Spider dies, which did kind of shock me because Gus Fringe is such a big-named actor. Black Spider, KG Beast, and King Shark died. And Killer Frost. Killer Frost was the only one I felt sorry for because she was hot. Thus is the equivalent of the 2003 Clone Wars for DC, since it's non-canon now. But I still consider them canon, just like I count the DC movies canon. Yeah, I would say count Assault on Arkham as canon over that terrible video game. I like that Batman and Black Spider changed clothes. Well, they kind of have the same fashion, Akira. They both wear heavy black armored suits. Also, Killer Frost tier list for the winter holiday. Are there that many, though? I'd gladly do it, but are there that many Killer Frosts? Like Kendon Walsh, Harley Quinn is Wolf Whistle. Yeah, she's pretty hot in this. They made her as sexy as she is in the Arkhamverse. Kind of shocked Tara Strong didn't come back, but I guess she didn't want to do an R-rated movie. Love the Ice Princess Killer Frost, and I adore the shipping moments of Shark and Frost. Yeah, they were surprisingly sweet and adorable. A shame they're both dead, but maybe they'll get a happy ending in hell. Does that mean that at least his face never burns, half he would have remained Rat King Vigilante, or go back to just being Harvey without the Two-Face? No, they burn off his face during a trial, Bat Kid. Harvey gets acid flung at his face by accident when he's a district attorney. Yes, Assault on Arkham reviews is cool, like I want to see it happen. Oh, you do, Akira. Yeah, I'm thinking about doing it like in October time. I might do it later if we do miss the deadline anyway, but wanted to see if anyone was interested. Bye, everyone. Great video. Bye, V Scorpio. Highly recommend reviewing it. Okay, thank you, Chris. Not that I know of. Okay. Also, Deadshot is not so bad. He's actually a good dad in this. Much better than that terrible game's Deadshot. Yeah, Deadshot is doing all this for his daughter, trying to get time shaved off his prison sentence, and they actually humanized Deadshot a lot more here than he is in the Arkham games. In the first game, Arkham Origins, he's kind of suicidal, willing to die taking out the Batman. Then in Arkham City, he's a basic thug for hire. If it turned out both Ethan Bennett and Harvey were best friends with Bruce in the same universe, who do you think would become tragically evil with the other being a parallel? Might have to go with Ethan Bennett because he was actually a cop on the front lines. He believed in Batman. Harvey Dent was kind of screwed up since his childbirth. Ethan had a chance of doing good but ended up horribly mutated. Also, the Looney Tunes show makes a cameo. Yeah, it did. It's on Harley Quinn's iPhone. She's watching the Looney Tunes show because Warner Brothers was trying to shill that series. Yeah, it is funny. Harley Quinn has good taste. And literally, she bites some woman's face off. Like, so cool. Yeah, the Looney Tunes show is on Harley Quinn's iPhone. She's, like, watching it while at the halfway house. That's pretty funny. Okay, so the Suicide Squad kick ass, they fight, take names, and manage to break free from Amanda Waller's control. Unfortunately, the Joker takes over as the main villain of this story. Yeah, that's kind of why I'm putting it lower than the actual video games. Joker becomes the main villain and fights Deadshot rather than Batman. The Joker had a dirty bomb, and it turns out it was planted in Harley Quinn's mallet. He needed Harley to help him escape Arkham Asylum. They both nearly escape. Batman has his final showdown with Harley Quinn, of all characters, while Deadshot and the Joker have a villain fight, mano a mano. It's actually pretty cool and graphic, because Deadshot is not protected by plot armor, so he takes a lot of stabs from the clown. Joker is quote-unquote killed off, but no, we know he's alive because he'll be in Arkham Asylum. He's defeated and exploded in a helicopter. Deadshot is now free, Harley Quinn is locked back up in Arkham Asylum, and Batman warns Amanda Waller she better watch her ass because they might come back for revenge and she's now exposed. But Amanda Waller brags, oh, she's untouchable, she's not afraid, and we get a twist ending. Deadshot snipes Amanda Waller out. Don't think this is canon anymore because Amanda Waller is unfortunately in that terrible video game, but yeah, honestly would have been the first time we see Waller get her comeuppance. But yeah, Waller is implied to be sniped out by Deadshot or left on a cliffhanger. Spoiler, she's not dead because the terrible game came out. But yeah, love this movie. The animation is awesome. Love the tributes to Batman, especially the Arkhamverse. It is so surreal seeing the characters in the Arkham universe. I really wish we got to see these characters again in the actual video games, but it's non-canon now. Might review it in the future because a lot of people love it, myself included, but it is undoubtedly going onto S tier. It is the Suicide Squad's greatest mission, and I would argue still the greatest Suicide Squad movie we've ever had. It gave me something to believe in. Catch them on comments. Yeah, Looney Tunes show, so cool. Yeah, he said so cool 3 times, Akira. Yeah, highly recommend this movie. It's free on YouTube. What are you waiting for? Go check it out. Will I review it? Honestly, I might, because I've gotten requests for it, and I'm a huge Arkhamverse fan, so reviewing their movie might be fun. I reviewed The Darkstalker, so I might review the Arkhamverse movie. But yeah, this movie, it's awesome. Going on to S tier. And as you can see, that completes our list. Yes, we did it. We did them all. We survived our Arkham playthrough on stream. We talked about all the Arkham Saga. So, I'll go over it one last time for any of you late birds, or for those of you who click all the way to the end to see the ranking in full. Go ahead, check it out, take one last snapshot, much smaller this time, so I might not be blocking, but we'll go over it one last time for all of you showing up now. What next? And it's done. Not sure. That Killer Frost tier list might be fun for wintertime. I am currently working on Halloween videos. Released a new one recently. It's up on Patreon, along with our top 10 Treehouse of Horrors. And Wolf did a Twilight Zone. That one should be coming out like within the week or so. Wolf is also working on a top secret project, so we do have content in the making. Yeah, sorry, took a break from streams to work on actual videos because that's what you all really love. But next stream, might have to do, wanted to do a horror ranking, but I guess this kind of counts. I know a lot of people want me to talk about more DC icons. Poison Ivy, might do one of them once I see Batman Aztec, but don't have any planned in the future until October. But yeah, let's go over this tier list one last time. Can you do a Killer Croc for Reptile Awareness Day? When is Reptile Awareness Day? Then I will definitely do it. Might do Killer Croc then. Okay, V Scorpio or whoever in the chat, tell me when Reptile Awareness Day is, then I might do Killer Croc for sure. Yeah, Killer Croc might be the next tier list. Didn't have another DC character planned. I've been writing down Halloween themed tier lists instead. Scarecrow is coming in October, so sorry folks, still gotta wait. But for now, let's go over this tier list. Down in cold fart. What a shocker, the Suicide Squad game. Yeah, fuck this game, don't even play it, it's not worth your time. Don't even watch videos of it on YouTube unless you want to feel irrational anger. It is bad, it is the worst entry in this entire franchise. Then, Catwoman's Revenge. It pains me to do this, Selena, but did not like this DLC. Easily the worst Arkham Knight DLC. It is hard, difficult. I still haven't beaten it to this very day, so a lot of hostile cat hatred for this one. These two really suck. They are F tier. Above that, I should say, above, we have Arkham Origins Blackgate, and it's just plain disappointing. Not one of the worst video games you'll ever play, but next to the top tier Arkham material, this handheld game is a letdown, and it also pains me to put it down here because I wanted to see Selena Kyle for her first interaction with the Arkhamverse Batman, but they should have put her in actual Arkham Origins instead of the spin-off title. It's a dud. Don't even bother wasting your time with this one. Then, Dead Center, Mediocre, Basic Bat. Red Hood DLC, meh. Initiation DLC, meh. Harley Quinn's DLC, actually fun to play as Dr. Quinzel, but a meh story. And Nightwing story. Love Nightwing, he is fun. It's really great playing as him in story mode, but that's about it. Basically a long extended challenge map. All of them long extended challenge map gameplay. They're mediocre, they're whatever. They're just average. Not the worst things ever, but honestly, just worth one playthrough, and that's it. Bye, Batkid Shinobi. Bye, Kira. And it's a holiday honor all. Oh, October 21st. Oh, we have to wait a while then. Will you do an Alfred tier list? Might want to do Poison Ivy before I do that one. Cliffhanger, hanging on a cliff. That's why we call him Cliffhanger. Well, this was fun, Cat. Looking forward to what you do next and won't have in mind for next tier list. And the reviews for October. See you next time, my friend. Bye, Chris. Okay. Next, Arkham Awesome. Flip of a coin. I love this DLC. It is sadly short, but it is so much fun. Love Robin versus Two-Face. It's easily the best of the short Arkham episodes. Harley Quinn's Revenge. Yep, it's awesome. It kicks butt. I wish it was a lot longer, and Harley Quinn was actually interesting in this one. Unfortunately, that's the only reason why it's not an S tier. It's a short DLC, but a really fun, kick-ass expansion to Arkham City, an already awesome game. Batman Arkham Knight, easily the weakest of the original Arkham saga. Hate the Batmobile, hate the Jason Todd twist, and hate that a lot of villains were underutilized, but I think it was a serviceable finale. It had a lot of awesome moments. Scarecrow is at his best in this game. Love Batman and Catwoman double teaming the Riddler, and a lot of satisfying finales for all of Batman's cast. This one, I will agree, the good does outweigh the bad, but it is going on Arkham awesome. Batman Arkham Shadow, underrated. I would highly suggest watching the story play out because it is one of the most fascinating Arkham stories ever. It is miles better than, ironically, the game Warner Brothers and DC were shilling Suicide Squad. It is a great prequel to the Arkham saga. It's cool, it's adventurous, and we get to see a lot of depth to the Arkhamverse. But now the S tier, something to believe in. Season of Infamy, yeah, I love seeing all these villains come back. Killer Croc, Mr. Freeze, Ra's al Ghul, even the Mad Hatter. Love that they got bonus missions in the main campaign. I'm putting them above Arkham Knight because it was a nice love letter for fans. Batman Assault on Arkham, kick-ass movie, it's fun, I love it. The Suicide Squad are absolutely cool and at their best in this film. Highly recommend it, might review it in the future because it's just that great. Batgirl, A Matter of Family, easily the best Arkham Knight DLC. Love Batgirl, she's my favorite Bat Family sidekick. I wanted to do a tier list on her, but I'm still trying to find one, might have to make one, but A Matter of Family, easily the best Arkham episode. It's cool, it kicks ass, and it shows you why Barbara Gordon is an iconic character. Batman Arkham Asylum. Yeah, I know it's outclassed by the later sequels, but I still love this game. Without this game, we wouldn't even have the Arkhamverse, so I'm showing it a ton of respect. Cold, Cold Heart. It's a video game remake of one of the best Batman episodes ever, and easily the best DLC in this entire franchise. Of course I love it. Play it every New Year's Eve, because it is just that cool. Arkham Origins. I don't care what the haters say, this game kicks ass. It's fun, it's cool, the gameplay is peak in this one, and it has a great story for Arkhamverse Batman. It is a great origin story up there with the Nolanverse. I love it that much. But number one has to go to Arkham City. I know, shocker, but what can I say? This is not only one of the greatest video game sequels, not only one of the greatest Arkham entries, but one of the greatest video games of all time. It is still cool, it's classic. Seeing all of Batman's villains in one place is so thrilling. And what else? It has a great story. This would have been a great send-off for Mark Hamill's Joker, but as is, love this game, and you bet it made Selena Kyle my favorite waifu. But yeah, Arkham City, perfect game. It is easily the best Arkham story. So I got that. Arkham City, predictably number one, and predictably dead last is Suicide Squad Kill the Franchise. Yeah, Suicide Squad dead last, Arkham City still peak. Bye, that kid. This was great, as always. See you all on the next one. Uses bat grappling hook and flies off. Bye, Shadowlink. Okay, so take one last snapshot. Thank you all for joining me. I'm very glad you love these tier lists. I like doing them. We'll do more in the future, but I've been planning a lot of October stuff, so they've been taking a back seat for a while. But what can I say? Love the Arkhamverse, and I'm glad I finally got to talk about it. So as thanks, I'll finally set you guys free now. Remember to like, comment, share, and subscribe, or just tune in for more content here on Wolf Entertainment. I'm your host, Catastrophe, and I'll see you all next time. Same cat time, same cat channel.